three writers that I have, we had sort of, I don't know, you'd think we were better at working out who was going to sit where than having to indulge in a game of rock, paper, scissors, paper, stone. What's it called?
Yeah, rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper,
That's what we
scissors,
called it.
scissors, paper,
Scissors,
stone.
paper, stone. Scissors,
Okay.
yes.
Oh,
We could play to decide.
I won.
You did. You get to.
You won,
Okay,
and that's
fair,
why
fair.
you're furthest away from me.
Well, you then ignored the result.
I did ignore the result because I have to say I thought I would put a tall person on the end, and we would. But anyway, you don't need to know all that. I can hardly, in fact, think we're going to contain within the next hour all of the things that we've been talking about, with me furiously going, don't talk about it now, talk about it on stage, they've paid to come and see you. But a big, big welcome to Oscar Jensen. Now, and herein we get to the problem. I was about to say Stephanie Merritt, because that is in fact your name, but as you discovered when you tried to check into your hotel with that name, it is not your writing
It's
name,
not
and
the name I'm known
they had
here.
no room for Stephanie
No, they
Merritt. They could
didn't.
only find a room for S.J.
I
Paris.
thought I was going to be on a bench overnight.
Welcome, S.J. Paris.
Thank you.
And Lucy Ribchester, who is confusing everyone by wearing a tartan that came from California. I don't know what to tell you. However, before that, as many of you will know and recall, this festival has the most wonderful tradition of showcasing local writers at the beginning of events. The Locals in the Limelight series has been going for some years, and so, Mandy MacDonald, would you like to come to the stage and read for us?
Hello, everybody. It's wonderful to be invited here.
Mandy, tell me, what are you going to read today? What's
I'm going to read a little
I'm
ghost
looking forward.
story about music. Well, I probably shouldn't tell you any more than that. It's called A Little Night Music. Well, Tony laid her violin on the little table next to her chair, stretched and waggled her fingers to relax the muscles. That's quite something, don't you think? Phew, said Kate, the harpsichordist. We might have to do those fast movements a bit slower, for now at least. But what if we could do it for the autumn concert? La notte, the night. The night's drawing in. Could we get it ready by October? Elena settled her recorder back into its birchwood box, began folding her music stand. Tell you what, if we do, I'll definitely use this recorder, not the flute, and we should use the viola da gamba, not the cello. The four friends called themselves the Quartetto Pietà, after the Ospedale della Pietà, the girls' orphanage in Venice, where Antonio Vivaldi, the 18th century composer, teacher and priest, wrote his famous Four Seasons and other music for his students to play. His concerto La Notte was a natural choice for the group, but it would be the most difficult work they had ever attempted. It was Tony who had suggested that they try it. Really? The others had chorused. It's notorious. Have you ever tried to play any of it? Only the slow bits, Tony had replied. They're kind of dark and rich like bitter chocolate. But she was lying. She had tried many of the faster passages as well. But she dared not tell her friends because she couldn't explain why. They'd think she was a bit crazy. And maybe she was. But some time ago, she couldn't remember quite when, she had begun to hear an unseen fiddle playing along with her while she practiced. It was distant, a whisper, but all was there. Sometimes it played a harmonizing melody, but increasingly it played the same notes as Tony, till she could hardly tell it apart from her own playing. She found she could play faster, more virtuosic pieces with more dramatic interpretation. This puzzled her. She knew her limits. Her playing, while accurate and sensitive, was not flamboyant. Yet she'd begun to seek out solo pieces that she wouldn't normally play. Her accompanist, Richard, was intrigued. What could have caused this change? Was Antonia, as he always called her, in love, perhaps? If so, he hoped it was with him, He'd been besotted with her from the start. Tony wasn't in love with Richard. She was in love with La Notte, with the growling low notes, the weird swoops and random seeming hiatuses in the introduction, the dark chromatics of its slow movements, the furious allegros with their sudden ear-splitting chords erupting out of a simmering undergrowth of semiquavers. Even with the obsessive hours she was spending at practice, she'd never expected to be able to prance through this music so easily. Sometimes she felt she was losing control of the piece. It was running away under its own momentum, and she had no choice but to be swept along with it. When the quartet rehearsed together, the ensemble playing too seemed unusually precise and confident. In late September, Tony risked a question. "We're doing really well, aren't we? How are you feeling about it?" "It's amazing," said Kate. "I'd never in a million years have thought that we were up to this. I'm still amazed that I'm up to it. Sometimes it's as though the piece is playing itself." Elena chimed in, "It's so weird. I feel I know this piece from a previous life. It's all there. It all makes sense." "Vivaldi must be watching over us," was all Tony could bring herself to say. And though they all laughed at the conceit, they exchanged uneasy glances before springing into the second allegro movement, usually so terrifying. St. Bartholomew's was a neo-Gothic oddity of a church. Enormously high and almost undecorated, it was deep twilight when the quartetto arrived to prepare for their recital. Kate looked up towards the ceiling. She couldn't see it. It was lost in a charcoal grey mist, a shadowy universe above their heads. "This space is huge," she said. Will we be audible?" Tony was dismissive. "Of course. I came to a solo recital here once, and you could hear every note clearly. The height gives clarity without all that churchy resonance. It'll be fine. Elena, can you make that last recorder cadenza flashier? Can you?" "It's a bit of a risk. But not here. In here, so atmospheric. Let's go for it." La Notte was the closing item of the programme, and it was perfect. It was the best performance of any music they'd ever done. Not a single fluffed note, never a moment when they were not all uncannily in sync, one mind with four bodies. As Elena's final flourish swooped up and down like demented thrush song, and Tony's last note was cut off as though severed by a knife, the church turned completely dark for a long moment. Then applause roared and rattled around the building as wildly as the most frenzied passages of the concerto had done. As it died away, there came a rustling echo of it and a faint cry of "Bravissime ragazze!" The audience, apparently too overwhelmed by what they'd just experienced to stand around chatting, were already moving quietly towards the doors and heard nothing. But those who did turn back for a last wondering glance at the performance space would swear later that they saw the whole quartet fade from view, leaving only empty music stands and an unattended harpsichord, and that they glimpsed a red-headed figure in a cassock and a Venetian carnival mask slipping away through the small doorway behind the altar.
Mandy, thank you so much. Thank you, that was superb. And what a nice way to get us underway. Listen, what I thought I would do to start with is to get each of these writers to essentially kind of showcase their books. And obviously, I mean, you're sitting right here, Lucy, but we do segue most naturally into your book from that short story. I loved Murder Ballad. I just was immediately gripped by these entirely grotesque characters and I want to say the sights and sounds, but I probably mean the smells too of the atmosphere that you conjured. Take it away. Tell us about Murder Ballad.
Well, they do call it Old Reekie for a reason. So Murder Ballad is set in 1791 in Edinburgh, although it does also flash back to kind of 20 years previously. And it starts out concerning the relationship between two quite different characters. One, Isabel Dogood, who started out life as a street ballad singer, we know, and has risen slightly mysteriously through the ranks of Edinburgh society to be the toast, if you like, a good generous term of the Edinburgh Musical Society, despite the fact that the committee are a little bit snotty about her and give her quite a lot of side-eye when she's singing. She's friends with this classical musician who's highly regarded and revered, who's a castrato called Clysidro. And they have their sort of life about town through this kind of high society, low, grimy Edinburgh, until one day a visitor in town arrives and starts asking some probing questions about Isabel's most famous murder ballad, at which point it becomes apparent that she's slightly more involved in the events that she sings of than she was first letting on. And I don't want to say too much, but the book is really becomes about the relationship between a street ballad singer and a female classical composer, and how tangled events can lead to a terrible act of violence.
That thing of women being at the centre of the narrative was evidently really important to you. But
Absolutely.
what we'll unpack this to a greater extent. But what zoned you right into that time, that place?
Oh, it was the classical music, actually. And I grew up playing violin. My brother's a classical musician, and I was interested in trying to find out the stories of female composers from that era, one of whom, when I started out researching, did have a very strong connection to Edinburgh. And to St Cecilia's Hall, where a lot of the book was set. But actually, the book was originally going to be set in London's 18th century opera scene, because there was a lot more going on there. You know, it had a lot more of a vivid and rich and varied scene, and I thought that was probably a place where a woman who wanted to compose could have more opportunities. During pandemic, it was actually when I started to shift it back to Edinburgh and really kind of reignited my love of just Edinburgh's dark, old, twisty closes, and the atmosphere of the book started to kind of come to life through that. And that was when I went back to this composer who'd had these associations with St. Cecilia's. But around about that time, I also read an essay by a music academic who'd written about street ballad singers, and particularly female street ballad singers, and particularly about this was kind of one of the ways in which women were very culturally present. They were very culturally dominant in the era. You know, you couldn't walk down a street without seeing a ballad singer, someone who was peddling ballads or singing them, and Hogarth painted ballad singers. Wordsworth wrote about ballad singers in this era. And so that really intrigued me, and I thought, I can't write about women making music in this era without focusing on ballad singers. And once I'd kind of opened the door into Isabel's story, then she just ran away with it and hijacked the book.
That is true, but that's no bad thing, I think, as you will find out when you read it. Gosh, I mean, to understand more about the ballad form, if only we had a historian here. Oscar,
Hello.
you have not only written crime novels, but you've kind of got a day job as well, haven't you? You are an expert in the field of ballads.
Well, I mean, so this is a panel on historical fiction. The novel Hell's Hound, this is the second book to feature my series, Detective Torben Heller, but it's set during a time when, in reality, pre-pandemic, I was living in central London, happened to be writing a book called The Ballad Singer in Georgian and Victorian London. So this is,
Wow.
Who was the academic? Who's the essay by?
Oh, it was Tim Fulford.
Oh, that was Tim. Oh, that was Tim. Okay, yeah, nice. Yes, confused that one. Yeah, the
But
coincidences
senior
here,
common room chat now.
Right.
the coincidences are crazy, but yes. So I am a historian by trade, a music historian, writing non-fiction. But I was then very much drawn because I love detective fiction, crime fiction. This is the second one, and I love the crime fiction of the 1920s and 30s. But there's been a lot of setting things in that period again, and it's not my period, which is actually the 1790s. You know, that's the stuff I know and love, and I felt I can't be bothered to actually immerse myself in the 1920s to that level. Can we do that kind of golden age detective fiction, but set pretty much in the present? How does that look? What does that feel like? So the first book of that, Hell and Death, was set sort of a reunion in a country house in remote Northumberland, written when I was living down in London, with no idea that I would write the second one, which is a homage to London pre-pandemic, when I was living in remote Northumberland, which is where I am now. So it's been this strange circularity. But so this book it's historical in various ways because it's a deep homage to The Hound of the Baskervilles. This is threaded throughout. It's about as far away from that as you can get because it's not dark and you know, yeah, the Windy Moor is a different reference, but it's not Exmoor. It's central London, and there's a lot of food, and there's a lot of fun going on, but throughout it's very much about that plot. But it is also, it is a book that tries to engage with a lot of those things from the Golden Age in the same way the first one did from the 20s and 30s. There's a lot of Sayers, there's a lot of Agatha Christie in there. And I think we can still draw on those things and have a book like that today. At least I hope so.
Well, one of the things that you have is that single-minded detective who's slightly apart from his peers. He has very good friends. We saw that in the first book, and now too some of those friends come and rally around him. They're very much, it's an ensemble piece in that sense, but it is like that brilliant mind of Sherlock Holmes or Hercule Poirot or Miss Marple, isn't it?
But that's a very dangerous thing to try and do now, because I think we would look at that sort of classic, the Holmes figure, whatever, the sort of the great man, that idea, the person who then sets everything to rights, the sort of Superman who comes in and solves it at the end. I feel that's not where we are as a society. Okay, some parts of the world, maybe that is exactly where we are as a society, and that is a major problem at the moment. I do not want to be having that kind of cliche in there. So I have this brilliant, tortured young man, and he gets things wrong, and he's very silly, and it's the women in his life who actually put him right a lot of the time, and this feels very natural. And certainly writing them, if ever I let him get a bit too suave and sophisticated, then my wife reading them will say, no, I don't like him as much anymore. He needs to fall over here, or just go astray again.
A few rough edges, and he certainly has some romantic rough edges, we might say. But we're going to. This is a spoiler-free zone. This entire festival, in fact. Thank you so much, Oscar. Now, for a start, let's tear down the fourth wall for 1 minute. I am going to have to refer to you as Steph throughout.
Fine.
SJ Paris, because Steph and I, whereas you might say we've shared a lot of past, and sometimes that might mean a very kind of ill-advised boyfriend, but actually in our case it means we once both had the same boss at different times,
Yes,
and
we
that has
did.
bonded
Oh
us
my goodness, yeah.
in reverent memory and no little trauma forever, I think, hasn't
I think
it?
so, yeah. We bonded.
So, in other words, you spent a long time being a journalist
Yeah.
before you decided to write novels. You wrote novels, indeed you wrote non-fiction too, and then you became S.J. Paris and embarked on this extraordinary series rooted in real historical fact and a real person. Tell
Yeah.
us about where you're at with the series.
Oh, well, so Alchemy is number 7 in this series that I've been writing about Giordano Bruno, who is a character who I have been fascinated by since I was a student, which is longer ago than every time I say that, I think it gets further and further away. But I was fascinated by him. I came across him when I was studying Renaissance literature, because he's a real person. He was an Italian philosopher and a heretic as well. And he spent some time in London in the 1580s, where he was in the circle, sort of on the fringes of the circle of writers around Queen Elizabeth's court. So I'd heard of him. And the more I discovered about his life story, the more I became kind of fascinated with this extraordinary man who seemed to be so far ahead of his time. And I always thought he would make a great subject for fiction. And then when I came across this theory that he had, while he was living in London, that he had worked as a spy for Elizabeth's government, that was really the beginning of this series. So there have been 7 books, and this was one that I was really looking forward to. So at this point, he's left London, and I couldn't wait to get to this one, because it's all set in Prague in 1588, and Prague was the most extraordinary place in Renaissance Europe. It was a very diverse and really quite tolerant city for a lot of, for the Europe of the time. And that was largely down to the Holy Roman Emperor Rudolph II, who had his seat at Prague, who was a really extraordinary character. He's had what I think we would probably call manic depression, but he was a man of great obsessions, and he was, although he was technically the Catholic ruler of this sort of eastern half of Christendom, he was obsessed with alchemy, with astrology, with sort of proto-scientific experiments.
astronomy, and he encouraged people from all over Europe to come to Prague and to sort of take part in experimental knowledge and pushing the boundaries of what was known. So although he had this, there were a lot of kind of charlatans and quacks and alchemists claiming to create gold out of, horse manure or something. But there were also people who we now recognize as significant figures in the history of science, like Johannes Kepler and Tycho Brahe, and these people like that who were also under his patronage. So it was this extraordinary kind of melting pot of different ideas, different religions, different, people who believed in magic, people who were genuinely trying to understand the cosmos. And I just knew it would be the most extraordinary setting, a really rich setting for a murder mystery. So that's where we are with Alchemy.
Did you envisage it being a series when you started? I mean, I know there are all the publishing realities to that. You have to, it has to be successful for somebody to kind of let you go on. But did you want it to be from the get-go?
I think I hoped that it would, because I very quickly realised when I started looking at Bruno's life that if you were just to write a historical novel about him, it would be sort of 2,000 pages long. So this idea that he, if I were to look at his sort of career as a spy, that's still kind of inconclusive, but it's plausible. And then I thought, well, then it could be episodic because he travelled to so many different places and met different people. So I had this idea for the first book, which would be set when he first comes to England and makes a trip to Oxford, which we know definitely happened, and there are contemporary accounts of him taking part in this debate at Oxford. And then I was incredibly lucky because my agent offered it, and it was bought on a 3-book deal. So then I suddenly panicked and went, oh God, I've got to have 2 more ideas. And so I had 2 more ideas, and then they wanted more, and people were obviously, readers were liking the character. So, but I never imagined that, 15 years later I would still be doing, still be coming up with Bruno Adventures.
And actually there's a number 8, isn't there?
There are 2 more. There will be 2 more. There's 2 more under contract. But I mean,
there's a number 8 imminently, is what I mean.
No. So I've got a book coming out in May that is a spin-off series. Ooh. But there
will
be 2. There are 2 more Brunos.
There's a different book.
Yeah, there's a different, but it's also S.J. Paris. I can come back to that one.
Right.
But yeah, no. See, he's not. We've not retired Bruno yet.
No. This is a great thing to get into the stride with a character. Oscar, you must feel the same because...
God, I'm so jealous. To be on book 9, yeah, and still in love with the character. I mean, that's amazing.
Well,
yes, yeah.
I think Torben is that character who you sense, I was about to say has legs, but he is quite tall actually, isn't he? He's very tall.
Well, I can't be in love with him because if you take sort of 5 years off me and put more and blonder hair on me, and just generally tart him up a little bit, you get something quite similar to me. And this is, I, as a tip, never write your protagonist based on yourself, because when you first send it out and you're getting reports back, editors and they will comment on this character. God, who is this conceited ass? Who is this fussy? The things they will say, and you take, is that what I'm really like? No, it's not what I'm really like, because he's a fictional character. He's completely different to me. But sorry, there was a question that I cut you off.
Well, look, I was talking about how he actually is to readers. I mean, he's a sort of charismatic figure. You can envisage going on with him for longer. But this particular book is especially interested in the art world. I mean, that's what he does. So they all go there. But, this is really a mystery involving the art world. It goes into the environmental protest. It gets quite shadowy and, in a way, sort of deep-statey.
Yes, there's a Cold War sort of intrigue element to it as well, for sure. So Torben is an art historian, because I'm a sort of history of song, street culture, music, and I thought it would be terrible to write about someone who knows what you know about. I had to choose something that I don't know very much about, because then you don't bore people terribly by going on and on about it in the book. But then I absolutely love the art history, and I've become more and more interested in his subject. So he starts by looking at Caspar David Friedrich for his first book, and then he's getting into the later 19th century. He's looking at a lot of the sort of Danish painters of the interior, whom I also coincidentally love. But then by the second book, I was thinking, yeah, well, art history, this completely lends itself to crime fiction and thinking about this. Let's get more deeply into this. And so a lot of it is about his mentor, who's another art historian, and her works. And as I was writing it, then I was actually listening to the plays of Alan Bennett and the two of his plays that are then about sort of the Cambridge spy ring, and then thinking, wait, I had not even thought of the whole Anthony Blunt angle to this. That was completely coincidental, but it clearly suggests there was something in the water of that sort of older, the art world, that sense of intrigue.
Yes, there is a kind of overlap there, isn't there? I must say, if we're drawing parallels between, well, your character and you, I'm going to suggest you probably didn't get left a lease on a property in central London.
So, Dorothy L. Sayers, when she was creating Lord Peter Wimsey, she was very hard up at the time, and she's on record as saying it's then in the 20s, right? She's saying 1920s. She wanted to give him all of the things she wanted but couldn't have. And so she gives him this address on Piccadilly, she gives him this amazing valet, these lovely things, he collects incunabula, which he's quite interested in, and gives him a title, and here, have all these luxuries. So I was doing something very similar with Torben, although of course if it's set nearer now, then people get very jealous of your character and it's a bit more alienating. So he can only have a 5-year lease on this house. But that house in central London is an awful lot like the house that at the time of writing I was trying to buy in Northumberland. So there's very much, essentially I want to write books that are full of things that are fun, and as a reader you sort of go, oh yes, that's lovely. I want to be in a world of nice things and vicariously enjoy them. And so I thought if I'm writing about a house that I'm desperate to be in, maybe that's a place we also maybe want to be in and be interested in too.
That's a very good approach to writing. Coming back to you, Lucy, your book really felt to me, you were so interested in the experience of performance. I mean, you're really, you create these scenes where you're on the stage or in the streets, actually listening to someone prepare to play or to sing. Was that also a sort of way of doing something that you wanted to do yourself?
I mean, maybe. I did take singing lessons as a teenager, and I was absolutely terrible. So in that respect, then me and Isabel have definitely got something in common.
I mean, I guess I'd say that, I don't mean that sort of, it sounds really flippant, but
No.
I don't mean it sort of, I wish I'd been a writer, so a musician, so I'm going to write one. But actually to inhabit that experience, to feel something of that.
Performance does fascinate me, and I think that's, like looking back, I think that's been a thread through all of my historical novels, really, particularly Hourglass Factory is set in the kind of world of music hall and circus and trapeze, and then with Amber Shadows, and that touches on ballet. I am a moonlighting dance critic in one of my tapas career roles. And I did a lot of theatre when I was a student. And so, I think that idea of the idea of performance, the idea of being able to the idea of performativity as well, and giving something to people, but there being that level of artifice to it. I'm always definitely very interested in the way in which my story will intersect with or interact with the art or the literature of a particular period. And with Hourglass Factory, then it was very much based around these quite sort of lurid, over-the-top kind of bomb plot thrillers of the Edwardian era, as well as all of the music hall and the circus and the outlandishness. And I think with Murder Ballad, I was definitely inspired by that idea of that kind of like opulent but quite gaudy kind of thick grease paint-soaked opera, as well as the sort of street ballad and the traditional music, and the idea of sound just being kind of all around you, an assault on the senses. So yeah.
Can I say, it's great to be writing historical fiction about performance, because it doesn't matter when it's set, performance is always, it's insisting the time is now. Yeah, in that moment, always. And clearly that's been a thing that you bring it, make it really immediate.
Is part of the trick, if you like, with writing any fiction, I suppose, but in historical fiction, and also perhaps in fiction that has that kind of suspense element, it's creating something that you can inhabit and bring to life in a way that will be immediately accessible for readers. I don't know if you found this, Steph, because a lot of the things that you're talking about are really quite complex historical things and complex developments of scientific knowledge, for example, complex philosophical and religious ideas. But you decided to make that into a series of murder mysteries. You had to make it something we could understand.
I think what you're what you were just saying about inhabiting that world, it really made me think of, I'm sure people will have listened, I can't remember when it was it 2017? When Hilary Mantel, the great, our Queen Hilary Mantel, did the Wreath Lectures.
Yeah.
And she talks about one of the tricks of writing historical fiction is that you have to try to imagine your way into the physicality of it. So what kind of, just really basic things, what kind of clothes were people wearing and how did they move in them, for example? You know, how does the cloth that somebody is wearing affect the way that they move? What kind of sounds would they hear when they go out in the street? Like you were saying, you know, you go out in the street and there's this music around you, and what, you know, trying to imagine your way into those physical sensations of what it would have been like to live in the past. I remember doing a panel with Sarah Dunant years ago who said she always thinks about how it would have smelled, because it probably would have smelled pretty terrible at any time in the past before about 1970, and even after 1970, depending on who you were hanging out with. But, you know, just the smells that would be around you. So there's that level of trying to create that. And then for me, in terms of creating this world, what you're saying about the ideas, I think the biggest difference for me that I always sort of have to start with is in the 1580s, you're entering into a world in which the idea of eternity, heaven and hell, God, this is a reality for pretty much everybody. It was very rare for even somebody as a sort of iconoclastic as Bruno to be a full-on atheist. Very, you know, people believed in God, they believed in an afterlife, and that's why the religious wars of the 16th century, those religious divisions, were about so much more than sort of tribal loyalty. They were about people genuinely worrying about what was going to happen to their immortal soul after they died. And so that's a big leap for me to make imaginatively and to try and take the reader with me into a world where these things really do matter to people. People are, you know, they're willing to risk execution and death for their faith because they believe there's something beyond that.
Is it hard to do that? I mean, and literally on a sort of conceptual level, when you, I'm imagining, do not think you're risking eternal damnation if you do something wrong.
Well, it's odd for me. I mean, I did grow up in quite a sort of religious household, quite a religious background. And therefore, I did grow up among people who believed literally in angels and demons and heaven and hell. And so I do feel like I have some understanding of what that means to people when you do believe that. But it's the challenge is trying to convey that to the reader, because I think the majority of people nowadays don't have that sort of background. So
I wonder, thinking as we have our murder ballad historian here and our ballad writer, how much did those worldviews impact on the art, on the world of the arts and music?
The first thing I want to say is that hearing both of you talk, so one of the things about those Wreath Lectures by Mantel, they were beautifully written, delivered, very wise, but I really, really disliked the dichotomy she drew between the historian and the writer of historical fiction. She envisages them as quite separate things. But I think everything you said, talked about there, is what a good historian worth their salt should be doing. That act of empathy, the imagining, the bringing it into that space. And if a historian is not doing precisely those things you're doing, then they're not really treating that properly. They're not getting into that place. And you're doing great history by really making that effort to bridge that gap and go into that space. But the arts, I think, is a particularly interesting thing, because at different points and to people in history, they matter so much more to different people. And balladry and music is a great thing because it's so eternally central and important, but often overlooked. One thing I want to do in these books very much, because I do it in my history as well, is bring in the cultural aspect, the art, the food, quite significantly in this book, but the music, those things, because I find a lot of crime fiction in particular is quite grey, or it's gritty, or it's focused on things that strips out those parts of life.
Well, herein we get to the sort of the rub of your books, or the heart of why I enjoyed them so much. Because I was saying to Oscar before, literally the first book, we're on the journey in a train to a country house weekend and I thought, I'm here. I'm it, that's it. I know I'm going to be happy. I don't care if it all falls to pieces and I don't believe a word of it. I'm going to be happy. The pleasures of Golden Age detective fiction. I mean, there were pleasures that people experienced when they read them contemporaneously, obviously. They were enormously popular. But for us now, they do suggest a time when we had a more easily accessible and understandable understanding of justice. Is that fair, do you think? And is that something that you wanted to bring in? I mean, you are writing these in a contemporary setting, but you're kind of melding the two.
Yeah, and it's curious with justice. And if you're going to do this sort of whodunit properly, then we need to give catharsis and resolution at the end and tie it up neatly and make sure that whoever did it is sort of dealt with. I mean, I think back to Conan Doyle and the amount of times they get let off. And that always quite annoyed me, especially reading them as a child. Like, you softy, you're letting these people get away with it because you feel from your elevated position, you see why they've done it, and you're quite happy to break the law because somehow you feel you're above it. That always rankled with me slightly. So there is something quite basic about justice that I feel is quite important.
What, you mean you have to see the
well, I mean, there's
the
latitude for
punishment through, do you mean?
latitude for understanding of where people are coming from or so on. But great thing is if you're doing really at full-on whodunits, then you can make the person who did it deserve what they get in the end, in a way. I don't know. The first book has a lot of sympathetic characters that I'm inside a lot of them, and if anything, I was really struggling to make them feel nasty and deadly enough. Because I was with them, and the second book, we're not in everyone's heads. Maybe this is the more intelligent thing to say, that as soon as you inhabit any character's heads, whether they're in the past or in the present, you can understand their position that much more, and obviously you can't excuse everything they do, but you see how you've got to that point on the road. Whereas if you stand outside someone, maybe it's easier to make a verdict. So maybe there's something there about third versus the first person as much as anything else.
Well, I'm interested there. I don't know, Lucy, if you've got a feeling about this. That what you said there about the grimness and grittiness of a lot of contemporary detective and noir fiction. The crime in your book is, as you've explained, it's already in the past.
Sure.
People are remembering a crime and its secrets are coming to light. But I wonder if you also felt that it is a very, very brutal murder that is being discussed. I mean, something that, is essentially centred around a kind of brutal domestic relationship, romantic relationship. Do you feel that when we set things in the past, we somehow have a kind of, it's okay, that's the olden days, things were sort of brutal and life was nasty and short. It's not quite as disturbing as if it was set in the present day. Somehow we can accept it more.
I'm not sure, but certainly with that, I see what you're saying, but I certainly set out with this book not to necessarily differentiate between past and present. I was interested obviously in the past, and I was interested in the specific social circumstances of the characters and of how they might, somebody in those circumstances, there might be a pressure cooker kind of sort of step-by-step path towards an act of extreme violence. I was definitely interested in creating a murder that was messier, like you say, more brutal in a way, and more, I don't want to use the word realistic because I think that gives a false impression of Murder Ballad. It's very heightened. It's written in a very heightened way. That's the way I write. But I certainly wanted to explore the realities that might lead up to a terrible crime and how, the book starts with a murder ballad. It starts with a kind of recounting of this historical crime, and it's all quite neat. It's all quite plausible. It all kind of makes sense and is tied up, and the motive is very clear. And as we discover what actually happens is very different to that. It's a lot more tragic, I think, in a way. And as the book progresses, then this sort of sense of neatness kind of fragments a little bit more. And we have these different pressures that lead to behaviors that don't necessarily kind of come out in the way we intended them to. And I think I was definitely trying. I wrote this book with a very different approach to the approach that I've taken to my past books. I didn't really plan or plot it as much. I let it kind of come out a little bit more naturally. I didn't sort of castigate myself when I veered away from the research, and I let myself feel my way through the book a lot more. And I think, like I think I was definitely trying to steer clear of a kind of neatly wrapped up crime. And maybe that is because, like you say, we think of things in the past as being, more brutal, more easy to kind of look at. I also kind of wanted it to be difficult to look at. I wanted it to feel immediate, you know, and to feel that the horror, I suppose, of crime, and not just the puzzle of it.
And now that we've been talking about Hilary Mantel all of a sudden, and of course the thing that she did so incredibly well, and perhaps it will never be bettered, was to create an impression of people who were not just like that, us, in the sense that they lived in entirely different times, but nor were they olden day people. They were people we could understand, we could be in the room. And it was interesting, you were talking about performance. I remember she also said that her experience of writing those novels, her Tudor novels, had been immensely changed by the stage adaptations and by her involvement. You know, the fact of sitting there watching how bodies moved in spaces and how they planned how that would work changed her writing practice. But she did change historical fiction forever, I think. Do you feel that this is a kind of area where we will go through revolutions and ways that we think about the past in our writing, perhaps always in different manners? Steph, I'm looking expectantly towards you and the wisdom of Giordano Bruno.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've always been fascinated by, I mean, I think novelists have always been fascinated by the past. And I don't know whether it's sort of particularly now, I think it's easy for writers to look back and see parallels to historical upheavals that are happening now. And I suppose that's a historical novelist's job, is that we, you know, to make sure that we don't sort of seal off the past and say, well, that could never happen because those people thought differently from us. And I think that, yeah, I think what she did was extraordinary. I think she gave historical novel, I mean, obviously there have been brilliant historical writers before and since, but something about those books was so immersive that, you know, that's what I'm not sure historical crime can do that in quite the same way, because already I'm very conscious when I'm writing that I am working with a genre that is by its very nature anachronistic. Because that idea of justice that we were talking about, certainly in the 1580s, people didn't investigate murders in the way that they did even in the Golden Age, or certainly that they do today. And so I'm imposing a genre and a format onto a time when it didn't really exist. And so you're already kind of playing with the historical veracity. But then, I guess every historical writer is doing that in some way.
Is the play partly the fun as a writer, partly the challenge, the idea of doing something that, strictly speaking, you shouldn't be able to do, kind of thing?
Yeah, certainly I love getting my kind of fingers muddy and mucky in like archives and artifacts and kind of thinking about the spaces between narratives that are like received narratives. Certainly in the case of Murder Ballad, then it was the kind of the received narratives of all these male composers and this classical music scene, and I wanted to try and find the gap. And also in Edinburgh, this idea of Edinburgh as this Enlightenment city, this kind of beacon of thought. You scratch beneath the surface and you find these kind of seedy gentlemen's clubs and things like that. So I suppose it's kind of dredging up some of those stories and kind of trying to mishmash, collage and sort of conjure in a way. But I think just going back to what Steph was saying about historical fiction, particularly about like Hilary Mantel, I think one of the things that she did so well was, like you said earlier, is create that sense of the immediacy of the body, of the texture, of the and sometimes of the violence as well, of how things feel. And it's interesting looking back. I was just thinking just there about when did historical fiction begin? But of course, Shakespeare's writing historical fiction, you know, and there, when you look at plays like Macbeth, or do I have to turn around 3 times and spit? Now I've said it. And King Lear and Romeo and Juliet, you do have this sense of the social conditions affecting the events, the social, the particular kind of social dynamics that were specific to that time period, which I think is historical fiction is very important in historical fiction, but also that kind of humanity, you know, ambition. Everyone can relate to that. Jealousy, vengeance, love, first passion. So it's about finding the humanity. You know, Robert Louis Stevenson again wrote beautiful historical fiction, and again it's about finding that adventure. You know, everybody can kind of relate to that sense of sort of wonder, of discovery. And so it's just about finding, it's the human connection, whatever alchemy that is, you know.
Yes, yeah. The historian's point of view, I mean, I was really interested, the distinction you made there, Oscar, with or rather your pushing back to Hilary Mantel's distinction between the historian and the writer of historical fiction.
Yeah, she also gendered the historian as male when she was doing those things. So it was quite interesting in the way that her rhetoric around that was intriguing. I didn't like the sound of that historian she was talking about, and I wondered if there was someone specific she had in mind, and had quite a bruising experience, actually. And I'd like to feel things have changed a lot. I couldn't agree more about the play and the fun and the humanity, and I think where academic history is at the moment is seeking for that an awful lot. For these questions, I've got about 10 hours worth of stuff to say that I will not, I promise. I exorcised a lot of my thinkings about it in an article for The Historian a while back. Because I think there are a lot of people writing quite anti-historical novels at the moment, where they're sort of trying to wage war on a version they have of the past in their heads by having protagonists with very contemporary feeling attitudes or sets of things and plonking them in a space where they're embattled with a society, which feels in some way quite an easy thing to do. And maybe it's more interesting and difficult precisely to make the kind of imaginative leaps you've been talking about into getting into a mindset that feels very alien to oneself. I think that's a very interesting thing to do. But I also couldn't agree more about the part about Mantel changing her thinking once she'd been involved in working on the stage plays. My wife is a Shakespeareanist, and she's also a playwright, but she gets students to go about the room as if they were a man in the 1580s, and then to go about as a woman in the 1580s in different ways, thinking about what they're wearing, how they inhabit space, how their legs go, and so on. It completely changes the way you take up space. It's really useful to do those kinds of things.
Listen, I want to ask you, before we take some questions from the audience, are you, as writers, do you think, likely to be promiscuous or to continue your promiscuity?
Yeah. Sorry.
Because
the stories I could tell. Sorry.
We've already realised you're cheating on Giordano to write a standalone book. But you can go where you will. Yeah. You have done. Now, in this genre that you're, and I'm going to use the word pastiche, but not critically. You are.
I'll take that.
You are sort of. You are using the technique of pastiche in some ways, I think, to write these novels. As I said, drawing on the golden age of fiction. But you can go anywhere with that. Do you feel not hemmed into your period, but as if you can play the field, as it were? Well, you piped up immediately, Steph. You've clearly got much to say on this topic.
Oh, yeah, I mean, in terms of, there's so many historical periods that interest me, and I have, in the last few years, I've also done a couple of contemporary novels and that was really because of, I was thinking it was interesting what you were saying there about wanting to put contemporary characters into, there were things I found I wanted to write, particularly about women's experience, that there just wasn't room for, the kind of things that my friends and I were discussing as we got into our 40s about being a woman, about motherhood and that kind of thing, that there just isn't room for in these particular historical novels. So I do have the new series that I'm doing is a spin-off. I've been calling it the Lewis of the Bruno series, because it's one of the recurring female characters who is, she's going to be the main protagonist. She's also working as a spy, and it's sort of set 10 years later around the Shakespearean theatre. So, because that's a period that's always interested me, but because I was quite strictly following Bruno's journey, he's no longer in London in the 1590s when the theatre is kind of at its
but you want
peak.
to be.
And I wanted to write about that, so I've taken this other character. So yeah, that is the lovely thing about historical fiction. You can just sort of pick up what interests you, and I think that's the really key thing, is, find a period that you love, or a particular aspect of history that you love.
What about you, Lucy? You've been all over the place
I
too,
know, and I'm
haven't you?
still going all over the place. I actually really did intend, because with the research for Murder Ballads, then one of the books that I came across was a book of John Kay. I was going to say John Gray. John Kay, just had a moment. His drawings, and he did these 18th century caricatures of Edinburgh figures, and they're absolutely fascinating. I mean, there's a million 18th century Edinburgh novels with grotesque characters that one could write, and I would like to write them all one day. But I was set in that era, and I had a very particular story I wanted to tell. And then one day, I think I was in the shower, just this kind of idea came to me about. Again, I'm drawn to the art of a period before I get drawn to the sort of historical facts, I suppose, of a period. And medieval era lured me in with a myth, an old Scottish myth, and I couldn't shake it. And so I'm in blooming medieval Perth now. And taking it. So yeah, it's a whole.
If this is any comfort to you, I've just recently interviewed the Nobel Prize winner, Kazuo Ishiguro, and he got the idea for Never Let Me Go in the shower.
Did he?
So there you go.
Very reassuring. Amazing.
You're there.
In good company.
You've got this
Excellent.
precedent, we might say.
I love it.
God, let's all get in Kazuo Ishiguro's shower and see what we come up with. It would be wonderful. It would be wonderful. My promiscuity makes my agent tear her hair out, very much so. Like, in my non-fiction, it's mostly 18th and 19th century, but even actually in the history I'm looking at, history of song, I'm now going sort of from 1500 to the present day. I've written children's fiction set in the 10th century conversion of Denmark, and the sensible thing to do would be to write 18th and 19th century set historical crime fiction, which may be on the cards, but above all, I want to stay in this world of the last few years, doing that mashup with the crime fiction of about a century ago, and just continue to have a lot of fun within it. But it might be a world in which the pandemic doesn't happen.
Yes.
Just
yes,
to allow
that's-
that to continue to be. So it'll be a slight alternate history, I suppose, at that point.
Yes, quite.
Yeah.
So where is Torben going next, if you can?
Well, if I get my way, he's off to Venice next, because that
Nobody will ever say, no, you can't go to Venice.
Exactly.
Surely.
I'm writing one set in Venice at the
Isn't
moment.
it
Yeah.
fun?
You guys, I've got Perth.
Yeah, well, you go with Perth. You
Now,
fool.
I can't help but say, Lucy, that's on your own self. You've done
Yes,
that. I mean,
We'll raise a spritz to you together.
Yeah, your
Others
research
with Decker
trips
and
will be
things.
less.
Grubbing round
Come
looking
on,
for
guys.
bits of pottery.
Listen, let's have some questions from the audience. If we could bring the house lights up a little bit so I can see them. And note that with delight, but no surprise that you're all still there. We've got a microphone. Who would like to start us off with a question for one or two or all of these writers about, I think I can fairly say, anything. You'll answer anything.
Anything.
I say this in the full knowledge that it is just awful being the first questioner, particularly at the beginning of a festival. And I'm not going to force you. We've stunned them into silence, guys. Right.
You could. We could pick someone at random. If you,
What, make you ask a question?
yeah.
I'm going to use the last few minutes of time that I have, because actually I hadn't left you very much time for questions anyway. I'm going to ask you what you're reading at the minute and enjoying, and if you could recommend something from this general, we're in a crime festival.
Well, I just finished reading Oscar's book, which I can heartily recommend. And I love Steph's series. I love the character of Giordano Bruno, and I haven't read Alchemy yet, but have read the past ones and loved them. But I also just started reading Mother Naked. Now, this is a book that was published by a very small press, and I found a copy of it in, I think I was down in London for it. It was in the Wellcome Centre Library, and the cover jumped out at me because it's lurid bright green, and I picked it off the shelf, and it's set in 15th century Durham. It's about a travelling kind of minstrel who's ostensibly quite bad at his job on the surface. He kind of starts the book by apologising for how terrible he is, and then goes on to recount this story about a kind of dark myth that took place in that era. And I haven't finished it. I'm into it. It's absolutely brilliantly written. It's just been longlisted for the Walter Scott Prize. And the thing that caught my eye was that it was Glenn James Brown that wrote it. He said that he had the idea when he was grubbing about in Durham's, I think it was like the Guild Ledgers or something, and found this reference to this modern naked who was the lowest paid person in the ledgers in 200 years, and he wondered why, like what was so bad about him, this performer. And I thought that was an incredible like springboard for a book, and yeah, really, really enjoying it.
Thank you.
That was beautifully done. And yeah, I mean, it seems superfluous to recommend the books of the other people on the panel, but I think we should all be reading each other's, and everyone else should be reading all of these books very much. I just started, because I'm doing an event with him next week. Howard Linsky has a new series set in Shakespearean England with Will Shakespeare going rogue as a spy in the employ, potentially as Elizabeth, or is he? So you watch out. There's you're blazing a trail. But I haven't read enough of that yet to recommend it or not. What I will say to throw out there is just about recently published 2 writers, including my friend Kate Griffin, under the name Leela Kane, The Blackbirds of St. Giles. Above all, Lucy needs to read this set, 1770s, 1780s. It is sort of a thriller. There's if you talk about injustice, it is one to make your blood boil. But it's the central character is a slave manumitted by fighting for the British in the American War of Independence, comes to London, has been essentially left in inheritance by his old major, the family not very happy about it, things go very badly wrong, and then we've got a wonderful streets of London sort of fight back, and it's sort of like, it has the spirit of Bernard Cornwell and Alexandre Dumas sort of going at it. It's very silly. As a historian, there are many things in it we'll just sort of slightly brush over on the plausibility, but it's so much fun.
But that's so enjoyable.
So enjoyable.
Isn't it?
The Blackbirds of St.
What
Giles.
I mean, it's so enjoyable shouting at the telly when there's something happening. I mean, I literally watch. Forgive me my guilty pleasure of Father Brown. I can't help it, but I literally watch it screaming, "They wouldn't have said I'm there for you." For God's sake, it's 19 whatever. Steph.
Well, I have been revisiting, because, as I mentioned, I'm just writing a Bruno novella at the moment, because I've got this new series starting, so I wanted to get a quick Bruno in before I go on to the next one of those. So that will be out at Christmas. It's a little Christmassy novella, but it's all set in Venice. And so I have been back, I'm currently rereading Jan Morris's wonderful book on Venice. But I also just went back and reread Sarah Dunant, who I think is a wonderful historical novelist. She's not a crime novelist, but there are sort of mysteries in her work. And she did a trilogy. It was sort of a loosely connected trilogy, all set in Renaissance Italy. And one of them is called In the Company of the Courtesan, which is set in Venice. So I've just reread that as well.
Yeah.
So she's definitely a great one to read if you're interested in Renaissance history.
Thank you so much. Now, very generous of you to, well, you've recommended each other's books, but also lots of other writers. I don't want you to go away with all those writers in your head. I want you to go away with these writers in your head and go and buy their books and get them to sign them, which is what they're going to be doing. But it's been such a pleasure to talk to you all. You've been brilliant, and what a wonderful way to kick off the first day of Granite Noir. Thank you very much to Oscar, SJ, Steph, SJ, and Lucy Ribchester. Thank you so much, and thank you to you.
Thank you, Alex.
these guys. Yeah, you're just going to love them. I'm calling them my authors now because they're just fabulous. Good evening, good afternoon even, very warm welcome on behalf of Aberdeen Performing Arts and their partners. I'm delighted to welcome you to Granite Noir 2025. It is the best place to be on a very cold afternoon. For those of you who've been before, and perhaps for those of you who haven't, this festival, of course, is inspired by the incredible global popularity of crime fiction, celebrating the impressive contribution that Scottish writers make and our love with Scandic Noir, and of course our lovely colleagues from across the border who we welcome very much. And what better place to celebrate than Aberdeen? And our authors have had a quick tour round the city this morning, quick look. So if you get any tips for them later today and tomorrow, I'm sure they'd welcome that. I'm Fiona Stalker. I am a radio and TV journalist at BBC Scotland. I spent many years in newsrooms here covering some fairly gruesome crime stories, but I have spent some absolutely joyful times here at Granite Noir, and it is a fantastic festival. It's just such a delight to be involved in, and I think Carol and Joe have already realised that it's a brilliant atmosphere. First of all, I think you know that Kim Sherwood is unfortunately unwell. She sent her apologies, and I know Granite Noir are already working to get her here for next year. So what's going to happen is we're going to have one of our local authors do a reading, and then I'm going to introduce you to our authors who are going to do a wee reading and just give you a wee flavour of their books, both of which I read. It took me 2 days to do each one, and they're fantastic. The covers are fabulous as well. I know that's really shallow, but that is important. And then it's over to you, which I think is one of the funnest and the best bits. You ask anything you want. Be curious, be bold. We have talked about a very eclectic array of subjects. There's nothing, I'm sure, that's out of bounds. And then they'll be available for book signings afterwards, and then we will unleash you into the cold weather, or you can hang around and see other events, and I'm sure a lot of you will. So, lots to look forward to over the next hour or so, but first of all, I'd like you to welcome Norma Beaton, who is our local writer who's been selected to read a short story before our events. Norma, do you want to take the microphone?
It was late afternoon when I opened the back gate to the hotel, which led directly to the poolside. There were 2 gaps in towel land. I quickened my pace, lest some other sunbathing sod would beat me to the 2 unoccupied, specially apart sunbeds, facing the final rays of the late afternoon sun. I sank down gratefully and closed my eyes. I don't know how long passed, but suddenly there was a screaming in my ear. "That's my sunbed!" I opened my eyes and sat up. Mrs. Sunbed Stealer was standing directly in front of me, blocking my sun. Her husband stood meekly behind her. "There was no towel on it," I said. "I don't care if there was no towel on it. This is my sunbed. I always sit on this one. I've sat on it all week." "Well, you'll have to go and sit on some other one," I said. She turned to her husband. "Are you going to let him speak to me like that?" Her husband said nothing. She vented her anger at his apathy on me. "You'll have to get off," she said. "I have no intention of getting off this sunbed," I said sulkily. "I never lose my temper. You can't afford to in my job." "This is my sunbed," I added. "We'll see about that," she said. Idle threats, I thought. I'd heard them before. She bent down, slipped her hand under the end of my sunbed, and lifted it up with all the force she could find. For the second time that week, I found myself with my bottom in the air and my head in a flower bed. Her laugh was hyena-like as she pulled the upturned sunbed forward and upright, maneuvering it with unsuspected muscles. deposited her towel on it, and along with her husband, hightailed it into the hotel. Why are people so cruel? What is their problem? Don't they know cruelty breeds cruelty? I'd learned that at an early age and carried on with it in my career, using my clumsiness constructively. I learned one thing from the flower beds. They make good hiding places, especially in the shrubs at the rear. It was very late in the evening when I positioned myself there. The woman and her husband were in the bar adjoining the pool, consuming an eye-watering amount of alcohol. I knew what would happen. Her kind were all the same. "Let's go up to our room," I heard her husband say. "I'm tired. I'm going to lie down on my sunbed," she said. "You're not allowed to at night," said her husband. "Who says so? It's my bed. Besides which, I have to get my towel." "Leave it there. It'll save us coming down so early in the morning," said her husband. "Let's go up." She should have listened to him, but I knew she wouldn't. "Go up yourself," she said. "You're never there for anyone anyway," she slurred to her husband's disappearing back. She staggered over to the sunbed and sank onto it. Seconds later, she realized something. "Where the bloody hell's my towel?" "Here it is," I said, crawling forward and placing the folded-up towel over her nose and mouth. She didn't have time to scream or laugh. I always have that, the last one. "This is my bed," I said. I don't know whether she thought I was referring to the sunbed or the flower bed. I'm not sure even I knew. "But now you've made it yours, you can lie in it," I said softly. She soon stopped struggling and lay quiet. That's all I had ever wanted, all my life, to get away from the cruel laughter at my clumsiness and the work that had come with it, the work that had kept me busy. But I guess there is no escape from work for me. The only difference is this time I won't get paid. People should be nicer to each other. After all, you never know who you're speaking to. That woman might have changed her attitude if she'd known even hitmen have holidays.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was very appreciated, Norma. Well, let me introduce our authors. So, Joseph Cox, author of the... Knox. Do you know what I'm thinking of?
Oh, yeah.
I will tell you in a minute. This will make sense in a minute. Joseph Knox, I can't believe I did that. That was quite Freudian. But we'll explain. Author of...
Believe me, I've heard worse.
Author of The Imposter Syndrome. I'm not going to tell you about the book because Joseph is going to give us a reading. Joseph's debut novel, Sirens, was a bestseller and has been translated into 18 languages. The Smiling Man and The Sleepwalker are the second and third books in the Waits trilogy. His first standalone novel, which we were talking about through the house, True Crime Story, was a Times #1 bestseller. Absolute voracious reader as a kid, leading on to jobs in bookshops where he was around readers and writers, and the rest, of course, is crime writing history. We're going to hear more of that journey shortly. Fierce, funny, and flint sharp is how his writing has been described recently. Carol Haley, author of Scenes from a Tragedy, also a beautiful book cover, in which Carol delves into the dynamics of a seemingly ordinary family, uncovering a far darker story, and oh my goodness, it's dark. Carol believes that she spent way too many years as a lawyer, wishing she were a writer. She eventually stopped wishing and complaining and did something about it, banishing law to her past. In her present, she lives on an isolated farm in West Wales, surrounded by hills, topped by Neolithic stone circles and Iron Age forts. Her debut novel, The Silence Project, was a BBC Radio 2 book club pick, Waterstone's Welsh Book of the Month, and shortlisted for the Royal Society of Literature Christopher Bland Prize. We're going to be hearing more about Carol's journey shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our authors. Joseph, do you want to go first? Give us a reading.
Sure thing. Although I'm not sure I can follow that.
It's fantastic, wasn't it?
Very good. Wonderful. So I'm just going to read from the very start of Imposter Syndrome. This is a book about a con artist who has kind of lost his confidence, which is a terrible thing for a con artist, and he's arriving in London completely broke, essentially, is the way it begins. And there is a quote at the beginning as well, which I should read as well. We are what we pretend to be, so we must be careful about what we pretend to be. Kurt Vonnegut, Mother Night. Very good. Chapter 1, here's where it takes a downward slide. When you're living a lie, you find it's best to avoid close attachments entirely. Other people might see you for what you really are, and that might mean anything, from a beating to a jail sentence to never being seen again. Walk into someone's life with the right energy, a convincing enough smile, and you might leave with something. But if you want to get away with it, you'll be on your own. In the end, you're supposed to be. If you steal from people, you spend your whole life watching them, looking for patterns and missteps. You can get so hung up on their failures that you don't even notice yours. I think that's what I like about it. That's why Claire had to go. She saw things she shouldn't have, and things in me I didn't see in myself. Claire thought there was hope for everyone. She thought I could still change. I buy a drab second-hand suit on my way to the station, trying to look like somebody I'm not. At Gare du Nord, I stand in line and pay in cash. Then I clear security and catch the first train off the continent. I never got around to packing that bag, and I spent the last of my euros on the ticket. After the way things had completely unraveled with Claire, it seemed only right to leave empty-handed. When I start to see the smoke rolling through London, it feels more like a mistake. I'm blowing Paris with a cheap, mismatching suit, a dead iPhone and my pride. Climbing off the train at St. Pancras, it doesn't feel like enough. I grab an apple from the food court and slide a Coke into my pocket from the fridge in Starbucks. There's an unattended phone charger I've got my eye on, but then I'm hovering over a handbag left out on the same table, and I have to walk myself to the door. I need to slow everything down somehow, even if I'm not quite ready to stop. I need somewhere safe I can close my eyes and unclench for a few seconds. So I take an escalator underground, pick my moment, and hurdle the barrier. I walk through a long, winding tunnel, then take the first train I see, ride it for a while, and change. I change again and again and again until it feels right. And at some point, I must finally let my guard down and nod off, because when the train jolts, I snap back with the sensation that I'm being watched. I hold my eyes shut for a few seconds, giving no outward hint that I'm awake. Then I open them wide, taking everything in. It's just disinterested travelers and warning signs. Looking up and down the carriage, I can see I'm the only person on here without any luggage, and that even though the train's full, the seats on either side of me are both empty. I see I'm sending out all the wrong signals and try to smarten myself up. When the train terminates a minute later, we come to an abrupt stop. The lights flicker, then fade out. I don't move for a few seconds, listening to the hum of the engine powering down. The doors slide open and the other passengers grab their stuff, groping their way out of the dark carriage. I start to follow them, but then the light comes back and I'm surprised by my reflection in the window. No cash, no case, no travelling companion. I'm the only person here who's going nowhere.
Carol? Do you want to go? Yes.
Right. My book's not actually out for a couple of weeks, which is why I don't have a hard copy here. But so there's two ways of describing my book. The official way is that it's a book within a book. It's supposed to be an investigation by a journalist into a plane crash that happened in 2020. The plane was a passenger plane with nobody on board apart from two pilots. And as she investigates it, she finds and uncovers a far darker story than she was expecting. The short version is it's about a non-violent female psychopath and the devastation that she wreaks on her brother, his wife, and their life. And I'm going to read you a little bit from near the beginning, which is character of Izzy. She's a young girl, and she's about to meet her baby brother for the first time. My nan was sharp-tongued, but funny with it. Years before I was born, my grandfather died when some scaffolding collapsed as he was coming out of the building where he worked. Nan revelled in recounting the story of his untimely death. Then, when her audience was stumbling through their condolences, she would say, "He'd have been delighted to die like that. He always loved heavy metal." Then cackle in their faces like a mad woman. I was Nan's favourite, and she was shameless about it. Danny barely existed as far as she was concerned. She treated me as an equal, never talked down to me, and when we were together, she would ask my opinion on all sorts of things, always contemplating my answers with the utmost seriousness. "Now then, Izzy, I've got a date with Derek from the bridge club," Nan might say, after describing Derek as lumpy, sweaty, and rich. "What do we think? Green dress or navy trouser suit?" Or on another occasion, "I'm considering joining Slimming World, but it'll mean laying off the chocolate. Is it a sacrifice worth making?" We debated at length whether she should accept an offer from Pauline, buxom, snobbish, desperate, to share a cabin with her on a cruise around the Norwegian fjords. "The most important question," Nan said, "is whether I can manage 6 days in confined quarters with her. What do you think, Izzy?" These were weighty matters for an almost 4-year-old, and I gave them due consideration before proffering my advice. In the above cases, navy trouser suit, no it's not, and no you can't. The describe a person in 3 words game was also Nan's invention, but we only played it when we were alone because my parents had told Nan she was encouraging me to be superficial in my opinions of other people. Nan said the 3 words she would use to describe that attitude were unpredictable, unimaginative, and humorless, and we carried on playing the game. On the day Danny was born, my mother had dropped me off at nursery as usual, but it was Nan who was waiting for me at the end of the day. "How was nursery?" Nan asked. I shrugged. Nursery had been nursery. Right from the start, I'd never minded going and had never cried when I was left. The other children learned very quickly to let me have first choice of toys, to allow me to select the games we played and to take the best position on the carpet at story time. Danny, by contrast, sobbed like a baby every day for weeks when it was his turn to go to nursery. It's funny how different we were. "Can you guess why it's me picking you up today?" Nan asked. "My Danny has been born," I said. "That's my girl, sharp as a tack," Nan said. "Shall we go and meet your baby brother?" At the hospital, my parents were laughing and smiling, and Dad's cheeks were a bit wet. Mum held her arms out towards me, but I ignored her. "Where's my baby?" I asked, and all 3 of them laughed. I didn't understand the joke, so I said again, calmly and politely, "Where's my baby?" Dad put his hand on the bassinet beside the bed. "Danny's in here," he said, but I was too short to see in, so Dad lifted me onto the chair. My baby brother was lying on a blue mattress wrapped in a white blanket. He was wearing a woolly hat, and all I could see were puffy red cheeks and a huge forehead. His eyes were tight shut, and it struck me how unlikely it was that this unappealing, scrunched-up object would provide me with the lifelong companionship I'd been promised. "Well, Izzy," said Mum, "say hello to Danny." I looked around. All of them, Mum, Dad and Nan, were staring at me, waiting. I looked back at the baby, and at precisely that moment he opened his eyes. Apparently, newborn babies can't focus on faces, but that's wrong because Danny looked straight at me, and I looked straight back at him. Tiny, vulnerable, mine.
Thank you so much. Well, that gives you a wee taste. Now, normally I would probably dive straight in and ask about, I don't know, inspirations or processes, but I'm going to just ask Joseph Knox what your real name is.
Well, I was just saying this earlier. My real surname is Nobbs.
I just thought we had to get that out. Just
I thought we didn't, but
do that. Yeah, but we did, which is why there was a slight Freudian slip when I called him Joseph Cox. Anyway, it's Joseph Knox. Thank you.
That
So
would
we
have been
just
better.
established that, yes. How was your school days?
It was pretty rough.
It was tough,
It
yeah.
was pretty
yeah.
tough.
No wonder you're writing.
My sisters had it worse, for whatever reason.
Oh, God. Sorry, I just found that really amusing. I'm really apologising about that, but yes. Carol, lawyer to writer. Now, we were talking about this before. It's actually not that unusual, is it? And
No.
Harriet Tice, who's here tomorrow night, took the same journey, but tell me about that.
Yeah, I think all lawyers secretly want to be writers, and we're just trying to find a way to get there. I mean, I guess it's not that big a leap, because to be a lawyer, certainly I wrote contracts for a living. You still have to love language, or at least think that, you know, language can be manipulated. So it wasn't that big a leap, but yes, I join a long line of lawyers.
And were you
turned writers.
writing while you were practicing law?
No, well, for most of the time, no. Until I was approaching the age of 40, and my husband appeared with a copy of The Guardian, and there was an advert for a 6-month writing masterclass. They do them still, but they're only weekend courses. And it's for absolute beginners. And he said, right, I will pay for you for this for your 40th birthday.
So you've been talking to him about how much you want to write?
I've been banging on
Right,
for
okay.
years
So he's
about
like,
wanting
God's
to be
sake,
a writer.
like, we'll get to this.
And so it was 3 hours every Monday evening at the Guardian offices in London. And I was practicing law in London. It was fantastic. And he said, I will pay for you to do this for your 40th birthday. You either do it or you never again say that you want to be a writer.
Fair play.
And it was the best ultimatum. It was even better because my tutor was Bernardine Evaristo, future winner of the, well, she was then the future winner of
What
the
was
Booker
that
Prize.
like? What was that like?
It was incredible. So she actually, when she was teaching the class that I did, she was writing Mr. Loverman, which was on telly recently.
Oh, God, that was amazing.
Yeah, but she's a fantastic teacher, as well as obviously a fantastic author. So, but the outcome of both my husband's ultimatum and then Bernardine teaching me was I was really, really miserable, because I finished and thought, no, I really want to be a writer. But I had my own law firm, I had partners, I employed 15 solicitors, and I couldn't work out how I was ever going to get from,
So how
and in
did
the
you
end,
do it?
Well,
Did you leap?
I did. I just left. Well, I applied to do an MA at Goldsmiths in London, and I thought in creative writing, and I thought if I get offered a place, maybe it's worth the risk of giving up the giant salary.
Wow.
And if I don't get offered a place, I'm obviously not good enough. And they offered me a place.
Wow. What was that like? What was that feeling? Can you remember that? You're just like, yeah, see your face.
And also, oh God, we've got a mortgage.
How soon was this after the 40th birthday?
So I did the
course?
6-month course, and then it was another 2 years before I could,
Gosh.
because I just couldn't kind
Couldn't
of
get your head
I
there,
couldn't get my
yeah,
head around it, and I
yeah.
also felt I was letting everyone down because I'd started the law firm, and And originally it was just me and my dog in the spare room. And I just felt I was going to be letting her. Anyway, they said they were very sad, and then they went on, and the firm got bigger and did better. So
everyone's happy
Yeah.
then. Joseph, you, I was saying that you were a voracious reader. Maybe the obvious thing, you go and work in a bookshop. So how did that, tell me about that journey, how you got from the working in the bookshop. You've been surrounded by like-minded people. I presume you were at author events and all that kind of thing.
Well, where I grew up, there was not much scope for books, really. So I grew up in Stoke-on-Trent, and the books that we had were sort of the red pleather Reader's Digest ones that you inherit from dead relatives. And so those were my first books, really. And it was like the Brontes and Sherlock Holmes and Charles Dickens, which is what I really took to. I loved that. And I was a really bad insomniac as a kid. I could never, ever sleep. And so this was like where my fascination with reading began, really, because I was too young to have a television or anything like that, and I wasn't allowed to go creeping around the house, although I was always in trouble for doing just that. And ultimately, very quickly, I'd read all the books in the house, and they were all inappropriate for me anyway at that age. And so the cheapest option was to just buy me paper and a pen, and then I would just sit up all night making up my own stories, essentially. So that was, I started writing very, very young, but it was...
How old? What?
Man, my mum would say that I was coming home with stories from like the first time I went to school.
So
and
you
stuff
just
like
in your
that.
DNA, you just
Weirdly enough, my mum's dad, so my grandpa, who I never knew, was desperate to become a novelist. I only learned this years later because my mum was so hell-bent against me doing it because he bankrupt the family, essentially, trying to do it himself. But I had no idea about that. And so it makes you wonder what is kind of coming down through the channels. But anyway, from there, I moved to Manchester, which, I lived there for like getting on for 10 years. And I went to Salford University there. I was the worst student of all time. But the great thing was leaving home, going to a city, being embedded in culture and music and all of these things, working in nightclubs,
Yeah, because
blah, blah.
music's quite a big influence, isn't it, on you
Huge,
as well?
yeah. I mean, but it's Manchester as well.
Yeah.
You can't kind of avoid it in a way. And so it just bled into the books. And then Waterstones, I was working in the worst nightclub in Manchester, which is happily gone now, called Fifth Avenue. And I was just desperate to get out, and the only job I could find anywhere in books that would take me, was a bookshop, and was Waterstones in Manchester. And it's crazy how your life turns on these things, because it was a thing they don't do anymore, a group interview, which is 20 people in a room. Okay, this half are in, this half are out.
Wow.
And so if I'd been stood a step to the right, I certainly wouldn't be an author, because from there I was a huge Noir fan, because that's kind of a short story in itself, but I got into Humphrey Bogart and Raymond Chandler when I was a kid, weirdly, because I got dumped when I was a teenager by a girl, and this is so tragic, but I went onto the internet and Googled, what do you do if you've got a broken heart?
Oh,
and
Joseph.
thank God it wasn't like it is now, because I dread to think what the answer to that is on Google. But the answer I got was watch Casablanca. And so I went and watched Casablanca, became my favorite film ever. I'm like 13 or something.
Did it heal you?
It went a long way, but what helped? What really helped was I became obsessed with Bogart, and then It's the Big Sleep and The Maltese Falcon, and then I discovered that there were books of those, and then I discovered those writers had written other books, and then I discovered that other writers had written, blah blah blah, and just go on forever. And so when I arrived at Waterstones, I was boiling with all of this mad noir stuff that no one has thought about in a million years. People aren't generally walking through the door of a bookshop with obsession about one particular thing like that, which would be my top tip to anyone who wants to do it. Have like a weird specialism. Because then I got to, tour around all the local bookshops, and I would fix their crime sections and tidy them up and order in new books. And because it was when the company had just come out of being owned by HMV.
Ah, yes.
And so at that point, the crime section was basically every book Lee Child has ever written and nothing else. And so it was...
It would have still been a big genre then?
Yeah, enormous genre, yeah. But
you needed to sort
I
it.
say that to mean if you looked at a book section, you would maybe get a whole bay of one author.
Yes. Yeah.
Rather than hundreds and hundreds of different authors. And so that's what we were trying to do, put the range back in. And so that is how I got a name in the company, and then I got to go to London and become the crime buyer for Waterstones.
Wow.
And did that for 3 or 4 years. That was the best job ever. And I'd been writing a novel since before I started at Waterstones. And so...
So how long's that then? What's that time?
8 years. From pretty much from when I started it to when it finished. And it completely changed what it was. It began as kind of almost like bad gonzo journalism about terrible speed pill parties I was going to as a kid, and transformed into a crime novel, essentially. I took that and blended it with all my noir obsession, and boom.
So how difficult is the publication process? How difficult did you find it?
Then for me getting in, that was okay, because I'd built up so much bona fide, so much goodwill in the company.
Right, so they knew.
And I'd met so many crime writers. I was always the guy standing next to them, turning the page while they signed. And I had some good successes when I was the crime buyer as well. So it was...
You were being modest about your work, though. You had to have a good story behind you, so you had that.
Yeah. But I also I got lucky in lots of ways. I sent it to the only agent I could find who was from Manchester. There aren't many of them, and he was great because he knew where I was coming from and what I was trying to do. And then we worked on it for like another 6 months.
Right, okay.
And
just
then it became
fine-tuned it.
Sirens, yeah.
Fascinating. I want to ask about your journey as well in a sec, Carol, but I'm really keen to dig into these a bit. Scenes from a Tragedy, it is chilling. Tell me about your research, because we talked a wee bit about that, isn't it? Tell me about the psychopathy research that you did.
So, I was interested in writing about a psychopath. So, we're all fascinated with psychopaths, aren't we? But so many psychopaths in popular culture are the sort of male axe-wielding. Yes, exactly. And there's this statistic that comes out, or fact that comes out in the paper every now and again, saying that a higher proportion of lawyers and CEOs are psychopaths. And it gets trotted out whenever it's a slow news day, which is obviously not much at the moment.
That would be a fine thing.
And then also recently, in recent times, it's started to be reported as well as like by scientists that where it was thought previously that far more men were psychopaths than women, that actually women who are psychopaths display their psychopathy in a different way.
And are better at masking it, maybe?
Sorry?
Better at masking it, maybe?
I think
just
that's
different?
partly it, but also I think it is much more of a manipulative...
than violent, then?
Yes, rather than violent. There's always exceptions, obviously. So I love doing research, I have to say. I guess you can take the girl out of law, but... and I read every textbook that I could find about psychopathy that I was able to understand. So
wow.
I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, so I had to stop short of the really, really scientific ones. And I made myself massive pieces of, what's the big, A1 pieces of paper that I stuck up all around the spare room with the psychopathic traits.
Psycho room.
And yeah, it was. And then people would come to stay. And I'd written it, because it's written in the first person.
Yeah.
And so I'd written, I am unable to feel sympathy. I am unable to, I don't care if I hurt you. I just want to know what your value is to me. And here you are, have a lovely sleep. Yes. But yeah, in the back of the book, I've put a list of, I started, I have to say, with John Ronson's book, Psychopath Test, which everyone should read the Psychopath Test, and he's fantastic. But in the back of his book, there was a load of other books that he'd read, and so I just went down a 2-year rabbit warren of reading about psychopaths, which I loved.
But the idea for the plane crash and all the rest of it, how did that, just explain where that came from?
Well, so the book is written from the perspective of 3 different people. It's framed as the investigation by Carly, who's a journalist who's supposed to be the reliable narrator, and then there is the wife and the sister of one of the pilots who've died. And actually, the idea of the plane crash wasn't how it began. I needed something. Once I had decided to have a journalist, she needed to investigate something. Happily for me, my brother is a pilot. So I thought, I'll have a plane crash. And then also, and it's, all authors, I think, it is a cliche. I hate cliches, but it is a cliche to say we're magpies. And I'd remembered reading during lockdown the fact that the airports had suspended the need for ghost flights. And if you don't know what those are, because it's no longer suspended, it's the airlines are required to fly empty. Well, they're required to land planes in their landing slots, to keep their landing slots at airports. So around Europe, there's every year, something like 600,000 flights that have no passengers on board. And
it's mind-blowing, isn't it?
It's crazy.
Mind-blowing.
It's absolutely crazy. So I'd read that, because what I didn't want was a plane crash with a plane full of people, because that would be something completely different. Yes. Rather than 2. 2 deaths are enough, but it wouldn't have been feasible to have.
Yeah, that's a different story, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. So my brother lives in New Zealand, actually, but we had some great Zoom calls where I was like, so how quickly does the plane go from here to here? And then also he was on the plane in the flight deck flying from Australia to New Zealand, but he can access I don't know what they are, but they sort of plot their flight. He can do it. He can access it worldwide, and so he plotted the flight from Stansted to Glasgow, which is what it is, for me, and sent me all the data. And he said, okay, so you take off at this time.
That's amazing.
So, the plane crash sort of wrote itself. Yes. But can I just say, my brother would never fly into a mountain, and I am not a psychopath.
That is a relief, Carl. That was going to be my final question.
But wait, would you fly into a mountain, and is he a psychopath?
Very good question.
Possibly.
See, this is how they get around.
Exactly. Joseph, I love this. I love psychological thrillers. There's a lot of psychology and a lot of manipulation in your book as well. The imposter syndrome. Where did that come from?
Oh man. As with me, various places at once. I was reading, actually, a book called Room at the Top, which is like it became an old black and white British film. Like it was, but it was essentially about a...
Is it noir?
It looks like a noir,
okay.
But it's what they would have called at the time, I guess, a kitchen sink drama.
Okay.
It's not like there's necessarily a murder in it.
Right.
It's about a striving young guy who arrives in the big city to make it, and he essentially falls in love with this older woman, but in his sort of striving to get to the top of the ladder, he throws her over for the young daughter of the boss. Essentially. And so he loses his soul, really, is the conclusion of that book, and the film. And they're both excellent as well, like really, really, really wonderful. And so I had that in my head. I was thinking a lot about con artists and grifters, for whatever reason. And as well, it was sort of, I began the process at the end of lockdown, and it went on for 3 years after that, essentially, which covered the sort of turmoil of the Johnson government. And so I was sort of trying to stop myself from bursting into flames of hate all the time. And so I thought, I was thinking about as well, you know, so I'm trying to think of this con artist story. I'm thinking of all this class stuff with Room at the Top. He's clearly going to be a working class con artist going into the upper echelon. And another thing that sparked it for me that is sort of funny is, in fact, probably the thing that really did give me the idea was I was at a crime festival in France, and a great big burly guy came over to me and said, oh, I really like Sirens, which is my first book. And he said his girlfriend had hate bought a copy of it because there was that picture of me. She hated that picture so much. Look, I hate that picture as well. But so she looked at that and said, this is some rich kid, Tory. You know, she cooked everything she hated about people.
Just from that?
Into that, yeah. And so she bought the book to see how much she would hate me. And then she liked it. So it was fine. That's okay. Look, I'll take the sale, you know.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I like that story.
That really made me think about how easy it is for people to see you differently. And, you know, and so ultimately, anyway, the book, when this con artist arrives in London, he's mistaken for the missing brother of Bobby, who is this oil dynasty heiress. And she only mistakes him for a brother for a very brief second, but it's really the spark of where the whole book comes from, because she is flying out of the country to rehab. And of course, once she is gone, Lynch is drawn towards her £30 million family home. But at the same time, I didn't want it to be Ripley. So I didn't want him to be a psychopath taking them. The way I see the book is he's one step away from becoming that guy. And does he want to take that step, or does he want to go in a different direction? And so the book is almost like his purgatory, you know, where he's got to have this battle for his soul, essentially. And hopefully it's kind of quite funny as well, because he's usually pretending to be someone else and lying his arse off.
It just goes off in the most amazing directions. I'm fascinated about writing processes, and I've done a lot of events with crime writers, and there's so many different ways. So Peter May, who I'm sure a lot of people will have read here, is very disciplined. He gets up at 6 in the morning and he writes till 3, and he gets up even if he's mid-sentence. That's it, off he goes. What about you, Carol? What's yours? Do you have a set routine?
Well, I spent so many years working in an office that I'm pretty good at getting up and getting myself to my desk. But I don't do the hours I used to do as a lawyer. But I feel so fortunate that I have a second career, that I've been able to do this thing that I had wanted to do my whole life. So I never sort of have to force myself to go to my desk. Having said that, I do love taking the dogs for a walk, and you know, I say I certainly don't do the hours I used to do. But yes, I am disciplined. Having said that, I mean, I'll work sort of 7 days a week, but I'll take holidays, and you know, I'm not somebody who needs to write every day. Or
do you have it planned out? So you've got your cycle wall or whatever you had, but do you know where you're going to end?
Well, yes to the final question. I know where I'm going to end, but I don't really have it planned out. I've got major beats of novels and the structure. So we were talking about this. So my first 2 novels are very formal. There's formal structure to them. So the first one, The Silence Project, is a fictitious memoir. This one is fiction masquerading as true crime, and the next one's like found documents. So I have a very formal structure, but within that, I know where I'm going, but I don't know how I'm going to get there.
That's interesting. Joe, you were nodding there. Are you the same?
I'm all over the place.
You're all over the shop.
As ever. But my process is mutated, really. So the first book took 8 years, and it was just weekends and like any day off that I could get. You know, it was written around. I wasn't writing full time for 8 years. Obviously, I was writing around a full time job. But then the second one, you know, suddenly you've got to deliver very quickly for the next one, and so
Is that a pressure?
Yeah, it was quite nice because I'd been stuck in that book for so long.
Yeah.
I'd cooked up lots of ideas for the next thing. I knew how I wanted it to feel. The first book was very cold. It seemed natural that the second one would be warmer in every way, and so that just is kind of sometimes the only springboard you need, and you're away. But what was great about that second book was, by then I was working at Waterstone's head office. This goes to the office thing. And I needed somewhere to sit. I couldn't sit at home. And so they had this enormous space above the Piccadilly store, because it's like 6 floors of books. It's enormous. Like the biggest bookshop in Europe, they always say, but I'm not sure that's actually true. Anyway, so I knew there were all these empty desks, and I just chanced it and said, because they'd said I could take a 3-month sabbatical, and so I said, could I come into work every day and just sit like with the accounts department the next floor down, where I don't know anyone, I won't understand
Yeah, you don't
anything.
get distracted.
Yeah, and it worked beautifully because there was that kind of energy around it. And then the book after that, I was running so late that I had to leave the company because I just couldn't do both things anymore.
Was that a big step? Did that feel like a leaping off point? Yeah,
it was, and I really do miss it as well, because it was a wonderful community to work in Waterstones. You could wander into any Waterstones in the country and just pick up a conversation immediately with the booksellers there, and know everything they were talking about. It did feel like having a kind of big extended family. It was nice. And then without that, I really struggled to write the third book. It was a grind, really.
Which one was the third one?
The Sleepwalker. And that was why I ended that series, really. Well, various reasons, but it just didn't... I got it out there, ultimately, but it didn't feel like writing should, in my opinion.
So when you were writing The Imposter Syndrome, did you know where you were going to finish up? Do you know the ending?
No, I didn't know anything. I didn't know the beginning when I started writing it. But True Crime Story, the one before that, that was the big shift for me, because with the first 3 books, so they're in this noir form. They're like trying to be Raymond Chandler in Manchester, basically, was the goal. You know, it's Chandler with rain. But I was getting very good at describing, you know, all my noir poetic language. I was getting great at describing the dark and the rain and the clouds, and like 300 pages in, a murder would happen. You know, it was just all wrong. And then with True Crime Story, I thought the great opportunity of that kind of thing was again, it's like one of these books where it's presented as multimedia, so it's interviews with the friends and family of this missing girl. And the interviews, we know, are taken via recording, you know. And so people naturally are going to talk much more digressively and have all their ums and likes in there, and it just loosened everything up. And I realized immediately, none of them are going to be describing the weather. And it you know, it gave me like 80,000 words more in the novel to play with, essentially, because I didn't have to do all of that.
I'm conscious of the time, so I want to give the audience some time to question. But so, do you read crime books yourselves? Would you pick up? So, you know, you finished writing for the day. Would you read a crime novel? Who would you read, or not crime novels?
I read everything.
Do you?
So yes, I read crime novels, but not sort of more than I read everything else. Like you, I was an avid reader and always have been. So, I mean, I love crime novels. Crime novels to me, I also love crime dramas on telly. There is something about the satisfaction of crime novels.
Well, I was going to ask about that, because it fascinates me, because crime is such a huge genre, isn't it? And now it's everywhere. BBC's true crime podcasts are the most listened to, so it's exploded, hasn't it? Why is that, do you think? What do we need out of it? What do you reckon?
You've probably got more of an answer to that than I.
Oh, I don't know if it's a good one. Well, it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? You know, reading, in essence, I've always thought, is a way of experiencing something safely. That's what's so great.
Yeah.
And so,
I think that's a good description.
you know, I obviously am I wrote a book called True Crime Story. I am interested in true crime, but a lot of my male friends are not, and a lot of my female friends are.
Yeah.
I've noticed, and I think a lot of those podcasts and stories are, you know, necessarily because of the world we live in, about men killing women and a threat that is out there, I guess, around every corner. And it's sort of, although there is like probably an element, even for me, you know, I don't shake it off of like titillation as well. You know, I think there is an element of liking being invited into people's private lives. When there's a murder, you get the answer to every question.
Yeah.
Were they having an affair? Were, you know,
And it's usually tied up at the end, isn't it? So it's
I think that
satisfying in a way that real life
I
might
think
not be.
that is a big part as well of its appeal. Everything you've said, and then also, it's almost always tied up at the end, and the bad people sort of don't get away with it, and there's some sort of
almost like a resolution.
Yeah, and in a way that life doesn't work either. So, and I think we're sort of programmed, those of us that aren't psychopaths anyway, are programmed, I think that the bad people, to believe, and I do believe, that the bad people should be punished.
Or published.
Or
Another
published,
Freudian slip there.
The bad people should be punished, and the good people, you know, should go on to live as happy a lives as they possibly can, and that is generally what happens. And it feels good to get to the end of.
Yeah,
of
that's a good point, actually.
novel.
Do you know, the thing that struck me about Joe and Carol was you talk so passionately about what you do, and it's such a joy to be around people who go, do you know what, my job is a privilege. And you both have said that very, very quickly, but you feel that very strongly, Joe, don't you? Like, writing for you, you describe it as a privilege.
I mean, for me, it is a privilege. It's so natural to me. I've done it forever. I thought about this briefly when, you know, the AI end of the world stuff was going on. And I thought, do you know what? I would just keep writing anyway. Like if no one was reading it, I really would. I have to.
It's your,
I don't have a choice.
It's you,
But what I really the reason I don't want to say privilege is because I think everyone can do it and everyone should do it.
Privilege, I mean that you appreciate it in a way.
Certainly, you know, it's a privilege certainly to be published and things like that. But the real power of writing happens when you're doing it. Like, that is really true. And even to me, like, seeing the printed thing it feels great, but it doesn't feel the same as writing the book. Writing the book, you're writing the book. It's great. You're in it. It's happening. It's real to you. You know, you go there every day.
Yes.
And so it's
so
you know,
does
to
a
me
reader, though,
it like approaches religion. Like it's how I feel about it. It's so much of my headspace. And I love it. Yeah.
And Carol, you're basically, you've got a second career.
I have. So I'm slightly less evangelical than you are, because seeing my book is, for me, I still, so it's the second one. I can't believe that there's a first one, let alone a second one. I mean,
there's two.
There's two, I know. Yeah, two. It is unbelievable to me that I can, at sort of, I'm being generous to myself here and say midlife, I can go from being a lawyer, having a relatively successful career doing one thing, putting that aside, and then doing this other thing that I had wanted to do my entire life. I still can't believe it. My first one was published 2 years ago, and I still wake up pretty much every morning and think, oh my God, I've had a book published.
So when the box arrived, and like, because I've got a friend who's an author, and his first one, he filmed the whole thing, and it's just like opening it, and it's just like this outpouring of joy.
Did you feel unbelievable? Yes. And then this one, the hardbacks arrived at home the day before I came here. And because you get a few copies as an author. I'm like, oh, I've done it again. And the best thing... And
How did that happen?
And the best thing... So this is where I'm slightly more sort of in it for the actual physical copy.
Yeah.
Is that it says... Also by Carol Haley, and it's got
great.
the Silence Project. Oh my
good.
God, I've got another one.
That's good.
It's
I just love-
amazing.
I think
It's
that-
amazing.
I told you these two were great.
That's my favourite part of my books, actually. The bit where it says I've written other books
Other
for whatever
stuff.
reason.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Listen, I've been hogging them. Are there any? Because I'm just curious of time. We've actually got microphones, but if anyone wants to ask a question, please feel free to. I can see a bit better now. Does anyone want to ask a question? Yes. Lady here, and then we'll go here. Would you like a mic?
You're looking at what you get from reading a book. Perhaps there's also the certainty that you get, where if somebody's on trial, they, oh no, I didn't do it. You think, well, maybe they didn't, but probably they did. But when you're reading a book, especially if it's first person, you know for sure exactly what happened and why. And that certainty is maybe something that we look for in life.
Yeah.
Yes, and we don't find often enough in life. So yeah, books definitely, I think, provide.
Well,
Yeah.
and that
Yeah.
true crime seems to generate these stories in real life, isn't it? Like it's important that it's not something someone made up in a way, which it's.
Yes. Would you like to ask a question? So you can have that mic.
Hi, good afternoon. I picked up your first book in Manchester. We're on holiday down there, and I went into Waterstones, and I was looking at the crime section. It said, Lee Child, Lee Child, Lee Child. And I said, yeah, what are you reading? Oh, this guy used to work here. I saw the rock star picture at the back. I thought, I'll give him a go. And since then, I got hooked in. But my question is, your standalone book, True Crime Story, I picked it up, and it shocked me because I want to talk about style. Do you have a style? You said Chandler with Rain. Yes. The Smiths. It was great. It is Manchester in the book. I probably just never read your books, but of style. But your true crime story was shocking because it was so different. I'm like, where's the rain? Where's the raincoat? And there's nothing. And it was narrative. I got 8 chapters in, and everyone was different. And you had to work. I thought, this is. And at the end of it, I just thought it was fantastic because it's not a typical noir. It wasn't a typical noir book at all. So like youth speak almost. It was very different, very rewarding. So style. Do you change your style? Because you definitely took a left turn there. So
Good question.
Are you scared to do that? And would you say style is important? Because noir has a style. It is dark and it's grippy, but it wasn't. So why do you change your style like that?
Thank you.
Good question.
It's a very good question, and thank you for noticing as
Thank
well. I do. I like to keep moving, keep pushing. I felt with those 3. At the time, I think I was too young to know where else I could go with it. Do you know what I mean? I'd burned the whole world down by the end of that book, essentially. And so True Crime Story was such a gift because I wrote another book in between that I tried to get published and didn't work. And I was tying all my limbs behind my back on that one. And then with True Crime Story, it just felt so natural. Style, yeah, I wanted with that book to get exactly the effect you're talking about, to strip it all away. And what is wonderful is that then going into imposter syndrome, which took forever for me to work out this very simple thing, that I could get a new style in the new book that blended the two if I took the conversational narration of True Crime Story but gave it to one character. And so that was the idea there, that I would then put it into imposter syndrome and it would strip away all the rain and the stuff.
Clothes.
Yes, yeah, and give, use the space for different things as well. But I'm changing again in the next one. But I think you'll like it.
Well, I want to ask you that before we run out of time, actually. What are you up to now, Carol? What's next?
So I'm halfway through the next one, and life appears to be imitating art because my next book is, it's a series of found documents, but basically it is the story. I decided to write about preppers who are, mostly in America, thought of as being in America. The ones that are preparing for the apocalypse or the end of society.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
But actually put these people in Middle England. And they are preparing for, for some unknown thing, but then an asteroid is identified, which it becomes apparent is going to hit Earth in 4 years. This is not a science fiction story, because the book, I'll give you a spoiler now. It's years, it won't be published for a couple of years. The book will end at the point that the asteroid hits. So it's about what happens when English people, actually, particularly, are the people who want to move away from their home. They want to come up to Scotland and might or might not be allowed into Scotland. They might want to go to Europe. So that sort of thing. But much to my... well, I'm not sure if my editor's happy or not, but I don't know if anyone's seen that actually, I think it was last week, the week before, somebody's not. Yeah, they've identified an asteroid that the probability has gone up. Originally it was 1%. It's now, today there was an article, 3.5%, I think it's gone up to, chance of hitting the Earth in 2032, which is when my asteroid, which I've been writing about for a year.
You heard it here first.
So, yeah. So
wow,
that's
have you got an asteroid app that you're following, tracking?
That's
amazing.
I contacted an astrophysicist like 18 months ago and said, "Can you tell me about
That's amazing.
asteroids?" Well, yes. As long as the asteroid doesn't hit.
I mean, yeah.
Because it might affect book sales.
High probability. Yeah. What do you follow that? Have you got an asteroid in yours?
No, not an asteroid. So my next one is called Love's Young Dream. It is a follow-up to this, and we open with Lynch, who is now working as a private investigator. He's finding missing kids for rewards. So he gets a phone call from Miles Cathy, who is operating a care home. And Lynch met him 7 months before when he returned a missing 15-year-old girl for a reward, and it was the only time they ever met. He thought the guy was a decent guy, nice guy, felt good, okay, handing the kid over, even though he felt conflicted because he didn't know what she was running from in the first place. So he gets this phone call from a jittery-sounding Miles Cathy who wants to meet him. They meet in this dingy boozer in Croydon, and Cathy asks if Lynch knows how this girl ended up in care. Lynch says no, because when I asked, you said it was confidential. And Miles Cathy says, well, it is, you know. And the reason that she's in care is because she was at home with her mum 3 years before. There was a knock at the door. Her mum opened the door. A guy was stood there. He shot her in the head. And so since that, she was the only witness. They've never found anyone. It seems like there hasn't even been much work to find anyone. And then she was at the ceasefire march the Saturday just gone. So this is the day before the book has started. She fell down in the crowd in a crush and was picked up by someone and realized it was her mother's killer. So Lynch says, why aren't you telling this story to the police? And Miles says, because he's a Metropolitan police officer. And we go from there.
Wow. Oh, my goodness.
And she was working on a documentary called Love's Young Dream, which was going to expose powerful sex traffickers.
Kat, could we get them back next year? Please, please. Well, do you know what? I mean, we could talk for hours, but that is actually 5 o'clock. Joseph, when did you change your second name?
I've never changed it.
You just told us it was
I am still Joe Nobbs.
On that note, Joseph Knox and Carol Haley, if you are a first-time Granite Noir attendee, I hope that you have enjoyed this evening, and I do hope you come back. If you've been here before, it is absolutely delightful to see you here again. If you're free tomorrow night, same time, same place, then come back here. I'll be on the sofa with Harriet Tice and Nichelle Chauvet, 5 o'clock here. I think there's still tickets. And finally, I just want to say a big thank you to these two. I told you they were great. They're going to stick around. You can buy the books here. Carol, I think we've got a QR code for your new one as
Oh,
well.
okay.
Yes.
Well, it's better than nothing.
Granite Noir have sorted that out for
I
you.
can't really sign a QR code, but
No. But they could buy that. That is your first book there, Carol.
Yeah.
And you can do that. And Joe and Carol will sign books for you and have a chat with them. So, ladies and gentlemen, please thank Carol and Joe.
Thank you.
Do you want to grab a seat over there?
Session with Belinda Bauer and James Yorkston. My name is Timothy Baker. I will be introducing our authors and explaining what we're doing shortly, but as those of you who have been coming to these events for a while might know, we always like to start out with a local in the limelight, and the local who will be starting us out tonight is Kat Brown, so if you could join me in welcoming her.
The job. Barry started to sweat. He turned the heater up to clear the windscreen, though he'd wanted to keep the car cool. One hand fidgeted with his jacket pocket, whilst the other kept a focus on the steering wheel. The remains of Uncle Fred were encased in a green plastic urn in his parka pocket. He'd promised his mother he would scatter Fred at the Hermitage almost 6 weeks ago. But now he was preparing to leave the country. The long snake of traffic on the A9 made him anxious. The Hermitage? Why there? His mother's idea. Fred hadn't been a fan. Liked the quieter, non-signposted places. Barry teetered forward, cast his eyes on the pines in the distance covered in snow. A possible location? He selected Radio 2 on the dashboard, his nerves easing a notch as the car in front edged forward. He released the handbrake and rolled a little. His mind floated in and out of a reverie, picturing his girlfriend Tina in the bath, Prosecco and candle on the ledge beside her. Suddenly, the phone icon lit up on the dashboard. Barry gathered himself and answered. "All right, Mike." "Thought you'd be in touch, Barry." "Got you, Mike. Job's done. Just tidying up now," said Barry. Mike exhaled slowly. "Time's ticking, Barry," said Mike. "Course," said Barry. "Promise you, it's all sorted. Give me a day." "Better be." Mike ended the call. Radio 2 brought Barry's focus back to the road. "If you're in love with the beautiful woman," you wish Tina could hear it. "Christ, what a fucking song," spat the figure in the back seat of the car. Barry's heart leapt. He braked instinctively, almost causing a crash from behind, though there was no time to bother about that now. He stretched his torso, eyed the mirror. The blood-spattered sleeping bag he dumped there was now upright, unzipped, crazy hair matted to the woman's forehead. "Pleased to see me?" she asked. Barry tried to focus on the road as his mind flitted back to the kitchen scene yesterday. He'd strangled Mike's wife with her Louis Vuitton scarf. When he left the flat in Stirling, she was 100% dead. His stomach flipped. He pictured Mike's eyes on steroids. "Good knife," she said. "Turns out there's more uses for it than peeling tatties. Want to know what it feels like?" Barry gulped. Her knees rammed into the back of the driver's seat, her hands at his neck. "But your wrists and ankles were tied." "You mean with that scarf, the one you sliced in two?" "So why, how, but you were dead," thought Barry. "God, you're still trying to work it out, aren't you?" she spat. "Only Mike could recruit you." "You slid down the cupboard door, left a trail of blood on the vinyl," thought Barry. Instinctively, his hand moved to his forehead, scratched his eyebrow. "Don't move," she sniped. He felt the blade digging into his right cheek, moving towards his neck. "How much?" she said. "What?" said Barry. The knife prodded him again, harder. "How much did he offer you?" 50 grand, 25 for the hit, the other 50% on completion. Silence in the back of the car. A terrible sigh, thought Barry, though it could have been himself. He wasn't in charge of his emotions. What did she want him to say? Should he say anything or let her talk? "He said he loved you," blurted out Barry, but you started to notice things. There was another long silence. "Things?" she asked. Barry squirmed. He wanted to puke. "What things?" she pressed again. "Invoices, dodgy stuff." He felt the blade jab harder into the back of his neck, steel on muscle. His legs were jelly, but he was alive, a bonus for now. "Take the next left," she yelled. "Stop, here." He pulled into a clearing by the edge of woods, his optimism seeping away. The road was deserted, no traffic coming either way. What would Fred do? "Get out of the car," she shouted. Barry tried to stay calm, think, form a plan of action, but all he could think of was Fred's ashes in his pocket. He opened the car door cautiously. "Out," she yelled. She shoved him forward towards the woods. A knife pierced him on the lower back as he plodded on, her following right behind. He winced. Ow! Shut it, big man. Keep walking. Barry's mind spiraled. Still no one around, not even dog walkers. Too much snow. He trudged ahead, snow seeping into his trainers. He hated wet socks. Ahead, more snow, and the beginning of a small lake, partially frozen. Now he started to recognize this place. He'd been here with Uncle Fred once, back in Fred's poaching days. This way. She directed him towards a wide stony path which led to the lake. Yeah, I'm going to enjoy watching you turn blue when you fall into the water. I can explain, stuttered Barry. It was nothing personal, you know. Save it, dickhead. No one's coming. Keep walking. Finally, Barry saw it, the place where he'd sat, legs dangling with Fred on one of their fishing days. Stop, she yelled, onto the jetty. His feet found the wooden planks, making sure he kept his balance. I'm thinking once you're frozen, I'll turn you into a snowman. Barry closed his eyes and waited for the strike. But then he heard a crack of wood, then a wail. Quickly, he swung round, saw her struggling, her leg wedged between the wood. He grabbed the knife. Now, what was it you said about a snowman? The job done, Barry lit a cigarette and reached into his pocket. He pulled out the urn and smiled. Well, Fred, lucky you warned about that rotten plank. Turns out it saved my neck. He opened the lid and let the remains of Fred fly on the wind across the loch. Better than the Hermitage, eh? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kat. So I'm really delighted to welcome Belinda and James to Aberdeen to talk about their new novels. I really want to say right up front that they're great novels, that they are sort of propulsively plot-driven, but also have a tremendous tonal range, that they are both funny and moving, and they involve you in sort of thrills and crime as you would expect, but they give us a chance to reflect on ideas of class and place and belonging. I think they're really marvelous texts, and I'm really excited to sort of see the ways in which they compare to each other, the differences between them. I think both Belinda and James will be known to many of you, but just by way of a very quick introduction, Belinda Bauer is regularly mentioned as one of the leading crime novelists of the last 15 years. Since her first publication in 2009, she was longlisted for the Booker, which is certainly how I came to start reading her work. She won the Teakston and the Old Peculiar Crime Novel of the Year, the CWA Gold Dagger. She writes extensively about Devon, but here we have Yorkshire as well. Lives in Cardiff, so we have a slight geographical range here. James Yorkston, many of you will have first encountered through his musical career. James is based in the East Nook and has been writing professionally since 2011 with It's Lovely to Be Here, a book of tour diaries, and this is his third novel, which I think is a real expansion of what he's been doing in the previous work as well. So what I'm going to do, a very familiar format to most of you, is I'm going to ask both authors to say a little bit about what these new books are about and read just a brief passage to give us a sense of the prose. Then I will spend some time asking them questions both individually and together, and we will talk, and then I will make plenty of space for you to talk. So it will be a very relaxed and pleasant evening, I hope. So I'm going to start, because Belinda is closest to me, I'm going to start with Belinda. If you could just say a few words about The Impossible Thing and give us a taste of what it sounds like.
I will. Thank you very much, Tim. The Impossible Thing is a a split novel. Part of it takes place 100 years ago, and is based on the true story of a red guillemot egg, which was collected on the cliffs of North Yorkshire in 1925 or 26, nobody's quite sure. And guillemot eggs were very collectible in those days. It was a big hobby. They could be sold for quite a lot of money, and this particular egg being red, nobody had ever seen a red egg before, and it was sold for more money than anybody had ever paid for a guillemot egg, or any egg. It was the most expensive egg in the world. And the thing about guillemot eggs is the same bird lays the same egg year after year. It never alters. And the more eggs you have from one bird, the value of them increases exponentially. And for 30 years, they went down the cliffs and took this bird's egg. And so they collected 30 eggs, and the bird never raised a chick. But the same broker bought all those 30 eggs. We know that for a fact. And the mystery which I embarked on when I started to write the book is that once those eggs were brought up from the cliffs and sold to that broker at the top of the cliffs, they were never seen again. From that day to this, nobody knows what happened to them. And so I took that true mystery and invented a modern solution to it. And that's the basic story of The Impossible Thing.
Thank you very much. And James, do you want to say a word about Tommy the Bruce?
The best thing to say would be that I've left my copy in the dressing room.
I'm happy to lend you one.
Thank you. So, what does it say in the back? This isn't my comfort zone, I have to say. So, the first thing is it says, an unsettling, atmospheric noir set in the remote Scottish Highlands. It's not. The publishers are English, and I'm not saying anything. There's nothing. My wife is English. It's not an anti-English statement. And unfortunately, when this was going ahead, when the cover was going ahead, my father was dying, and I just didn't care what they put, and I didn't even notice that said it's in the Highlands. But it's not in the Highlands. It's in Perthshire. But yeah, that's the first thing. Right, so then it says, what does it say? Oh, I've got the wrong thing in. Where's the best? My wife has the dual ones, the upstairs, downstairs ones, so you can see everything. I don't. I've just got the kind of everything is a bit blurry ones. Tommy Bruce, then that's not him, but that's whoever that is. I have no idea who that is. Again, they sent me like 20 different options, and it was all with this guy. And I thought, he's thinner than me, he's more handsome than me, he's got a full head of hair. Put him on the cover, why not? Anyway, so, Tommy Bruce, which might be him, is washed up in a ramshackle hotel inherited from dead parents in the armpit of Perthshire. Now, I wanted them to say the Oxter of Perthshire, but they weren't. They said, no one knows what that means, James. I was like, it's my book. Armpit. Anyway, it's armpit, because everyone loves armpits, don't they? So it's definitely going to sell a few things. Oh, it's about an armpit. Fantastic. Anyway, saddled with debt, grotty premises that are falling down around him, and a crippling loneliness. Oh, dear. Tommy is slowly but determinedly drinking himself and his business out of existence. I remember that bit. Until one day, out of the blue, Fiona MacLean blows into Tommy's life and the hotel. With the light she brings, Tommy's fortunes might just be turning around. But in her wake has also slipped in darkness. Ooh. Names and faces from the past who mean Tommy no goodwill at all. Criminal forces that threaten to ruin him. The hotel and what little happiness he's managed, haplessly, to cobble together. And then, Sam Hewen says, James is a brilliant writer. He never fails to deliver something unique. And, and just whilst I'm on this, I just had to say one thing. If you do buy this, which you don't have to by any means. There was, like, as I said, you know, stuff was going on. The copy editor, there's a bit in the book, it's like it's not like an important bit where it says, he looks her up and down, you know, which is a kind of friendly, generic sentence. And for some reason, they've put a full stop. So it says, he looks her up, full stop, and down, full stop. Which just sounds like the most pretentious bit of writing ever. So if you buy it and you get to that thing and you think, what a dick. It wasn't me who put that in. I promise you. I can show you the... Anyway, yeah, okay, tell me the verse.
I have to say, I read it and I loved it. I thought it was an extraordinary novel.
Thank you.
So visceral and it's beautifully written. The characters are incredible. And yeah, I would definitely buy that on the way out if I were you.
I would buy them both.
And I'll be buying this one because I haven't read it yet.
So I thought I might just ask you a couple questions for both of you, which is both of you started in areas of enterprise other than writing novels. And James, obviously, you are continuing your career as a musician. Belinda, you came from crime reporting, you came from screenwriting. And I'm really curious, when you embarked on writing fiction, did you feel that there were other sorts of stories you could now tell? Was the genre of the novel something you had been hoping to get into for a while? Did you sort of fall into it by accident?
No, personally, it was the last thing I wanted to do. I wanted to write movies. And after a career in journalism, that's what I started to do. And I would never have written a book if I hadn't failed at screenwriting. You know, because all my stories, I was just wanting to see them on the screen the whole time. And it was only because it was so difficult to get that done that my mother used to harangue me and say, write a book because you don't have to raise £10 million and have 200 people at the top of their game to realize your vision for you. If you write a book, it's all yours. And eventually, after several horrible knockbacks and failures, I decided to take something which I had been planning as a script and write a book, which was Blacklands, my first book. And I was lucky enough that it sold well enough that I could give up the screenwriting and just concentrate on books. But it was not my first choice, and I'd never dreamed of being a novelist, no.
Thank you. What about you, James? What led you to start writing novels?
In 2001, I signed to a record label called Domino Records, and they're one of the biggest independent record companies in the world. But at the time, it was a very small thing, maybe 6 people. There was a garage underneath, and that was all the stock, and then the upstairs there was the office. So it was a very small concern. In 2011, they made some kind of agreement with Faber that they were going to put out a magazine called Loops, and it was kind of like a rock and roll quarterly, you know. I think they only did three in the end. But one of them asked me if I would like to write something for Loops, and I was like, I'm a bit busy. And then they said, you'll get £1 a word, and you can write up to 10,000 words. So I wrote 11,500 words because I was being canny, you know. I'd heard about these copy editors even then. And it turned out they were wrong. It wasn't £1 a word, it was 10p a word. But I still got £1.5 grand from it. And one of the guys at Faber said, would you like to continue this? Because I wrote like 10 and however many I wrote, you know what I mean. And said, would you like to continue it and make it into a book? And I'd really enjoyed the process of writing long form. So songs, obviously everyone knows what a song is. The main difference is that, you know, and I really enjoyed the prose and not having to cut things out, and I really just enjoyed the process and just being a creative thing that I could do that wasn't the same as songwriting. So I did that, and the book came out, and it really surprised me that people were interested in it, like completely surprised me. And but then I just thought, well, I can write a book. I've written one, and I really enjoyed it, so why not write more? So I wrote another one called Three Craws, and then The Book of the Gales, and then this, Tommy the Bruce. But this one was actually the first one I wrote. After the screenplay, Tommy the Bruce was the first one I wrote, I think. I'm not quite sure.
And I guess one of the things with both of these books in particular, and we are at a crime writing festival, so I'm going to say they are absolutely 100% crime novels. They're also not. And I guess one of my questions for you, both in terms of marketing, but in terms of your sort of expectations of yourself when you set out to write, is do you think, I am writing within this genre, this wide-ranging genre that is crime, and thus there must be something criminal happening? Do you feel constrained by a genre? Do you feel helped by sort of the conventions of crime? Do you think that these are crime novels, would be one way of looking at it?
When I had the idea for this book, I was aware that it was going to be difficult to sell it as a crime novel. It took me a long time to work out the structure so that it felt like a mystery novel, crime novel. And when I first started to pitch it to my editor, my publisher, and stuff like that, I used to describe it as a crime novel where the victim is a bird. And I remember telling my publisher this at Betty's Tea Room in Harrogate during the crime festival there, and pitching it to him, and I could see him start to glaze over. And I thought, oh, this is not going well. And so I stopped. I lost confidence in it completely. And I didn't do anything else on it for a couple of years. And then I went on a little mini tour with one of my other books. And I was talking to my publicist, Becky, in the pub one night. And I said to her, oh, Larry really didn't like this idea I've had for a new book. She goes, pitch it to me, pitch it to me. I said, okay, fine. I said, well, this is what it's about. And it's kind of a crime novel where the victim is a bird. And I could see her start to glaze over. I thought, oh my God, where am I going wrong with this? And she said, tell me one thing. I said, what? She goes, does the bird talk? I'm like, no, of course the bird doesn't talk. And she said, in that case, I love it. And I realized that's where I'd gone wrong with Larry. And I told him later, I said, I saw you glazing over. He says, I'm not surprised. I hate anthropomorphism. But yeah, so it was one of those things I knew right from the outset. But having said that, when I first started writing a crime, I did feel constrained by the genre. And it was only with my fourth book, Rubbernecker, where I went completely off the rails, refused to write a series, which they were kind of trying to steer me into, and still had success with the book, that I suddenly realized that I could write any story I wanted to, because most books are crime novels, effectively. Mm-hmm. So, nowadays I feel completely free to write whatever I want.
Excellent, thank you.
I didn't know this was a crime novel. Most of what I do is music. Quickly, when I started, for whatever reason, the records I got made were called folk music. And for me, growing up, folk music has always meant traditional music. It's never meant a guy or a girl with an acoustic guitar singing pop songs, which is what I do. And I found the whole being stuck in a genre I find it bad. I find it holds people up. Well, I find it would hold me up if I was thinking, oh no, it's got to be folk, or oh no, it's got to be crime, or whatever. Forgive me, this sounds really pretentious, and I know, but the way I do things is I just kind of collapse into them, and I don't think about where I'm going at all. So at the moment, I'm working on songs. Before then, I did a whole load of short stories, which I've been told will never sell because they're short stories. And I don't care. I just think I hate this word, but as a creative, I think it's really, really important, not for me, not to put barriers on that creativity, to say, oh, well, I can't do that because I'm a folk musician, so they're telling me, so can I do that? I better do this, or whatever. So no, I never thought this was a crime novel. It says unsettling atmospheric noir, but I'd write Dur. You know, I think there is crime in it. You know, stuff does happen, but so for me, and sitting backstage with you all there with Belinda and some other authors and people, it did sound a bit like, oh fuck. Is this a thing that, like, there's an organization, a crime writers organization, stuff like that, It's wonderful to be here and all that sort of stuff. I'm in no way putting it down, but for me, it's like, oh shit, I don't want to fall into a crime hole. So I don't know what's going to happen with the next book, but I tell you what, if I write a book which isn't crime at all, except for at the end of every chapter, a guy appears with a shotgun and shoots someone, then you'll know I've gone into the crime genre. But otherwise, I'm just writing and seeing what happens. And that is in no way a word against the crime genre or anything like that. It's just the only way I can produce things is by not building myself into some, I don't know, whatever.
And for me as a reader, I think one of the things I really enjoyed about both novels is the sense of exploration, that both of them went places I was not expecting them to go in terms of stories, in terms of characterization. And this is kind of a technical question, but one of the things that really interests me is they both use very short chapters that are sort of focused on a particular action, a particular scene, a particular moment. But both of them also have these sort of really big narrative arcs and shifts. And both of them are also doing very different things with time, where Belinda, your book is not just two time frames, but not presenting those time frames in a linear order. James, you have sort of moments of heightened concentration on a particular time, and then we skip forward 6 months or something like that. So it's a really, like I said, it's a really technical question, but I guess I'm wondering how you managed the short chapter of action, moment, development, versus that plan for the much longer work and the sort of effects you wanted for the reader.
I just write it like a movie. I edit scenes, I make them nice and short, I get in and get out. You know, when you're writing as a screenwriter, you get so used to writing succinctly because film used to be expensive and filming stuff is still expensive and actors are expensive. So you don't write anything in your screenplay that the director, when he's going through the screenplay, is going to say, well, it's a nice scene, but we're not going to be able to afford that. We're going to take that out straight away. So I concentrate on what's important. I don't like books where there's a lot of padding. I like to get in and out. I like to come in fast, make my point. If the chapter's half a page long, that's fine for me. I'll get out and get on to the next chapter. And I literally do think of it in a screenplay fashion.
That's really interesting. And certainly I'm thinking especially of the opening of Snap, which is such a clear moment of shock to the reader. If you're 3 pages in and you're like, oh gosh, a lot has happened in these 3 pages.
Yeah.
What about you, James? And especially, you said that this was written before some of the others and published later. Did you have sort of an editing process where you were revisiting it with the experience of having brought several other books out?
Yeah, so I think this is something I say with my music a lot, but it's definitely true with the books. I think, and this is for me, but I think it's probably for everyone, I have to trust myself as a writer, but I have to trust myself as an editor as well. And I don't like doing the two things at once. So if I'm writing a sentence or typing a sentence or whatever, I don't know, and a dragon appears or something, well, that's not going to happen. I don't know, a fucking dragon. But, if it's not going to the right place, I just keep on writing, because I find if I get into that slot where I'm double backing on myself too much, then it just slows the writing down. You think, oh, well, that's not good, but then maybe that's not good, and it's really kind of, it kind of constipates things, you know? So what I do is I trust myself as a writer, but then I come back much later on and I trust myself as an editor. And that does mean you lose a lot of really, I think, really nice prose sometimes. But if it's just there and you're not going to miss it, just chop it out, get rid of it, you know? And that's something that you have to do with pop songs the whole time. Or else they go on forever.
Yeah, I was.
You know, so
I was not surprised to see that you were a singer-songwriter, and I think it's similar to me having been a screenwriter and a journalist as well, largely for tabloid press, where you are just editing so well. I mean, by the time my stuff goes to my editor, I've already gone through it 7-8 times,
totally.
edited it, left it for 6 months, edited it. Another couple of months, edited it, and then I send it, and then we start editing.
Yeah, absolutely, and there has to be that thing. I mean, like you, I'm sure I love writers who can do incredible prose, you know. I love Louis Grassic-Gibbon. I love Sebald, you know. And, but they just have, there has to be a point where you just realize that perhaps that's their skill, you know, and it's perhaps a step back, you know. Yeah.
I think what editing gives you really is the pace. You know, that's the pace. You can enjoy that lovely bit of prose now and then and let yourself sort of go and indulge yourself sometimes. But you can't do it at the expense of pace. And I don't just mean fast things. I just mean the pace must be suitable so that the reader wants to read that element of pace at that point in the book, you know?
You sound quite wise.
I know! What happened?
I wish I'd met you 3 books ago.
But I do think that way in which both of you are applying skills from your previous experience in some ways I think really enriches we were talking a bit before about student writers and that idea where what they really want to tell is a story that they want everyone to just appreciate on its own terms. And that idea of shaping and remaking, I think, is something that really comes across here. And I had a couple sort of much more specific questions about the books themselves. And Belinda, I went back and read a couple old interviews with you where you said that if finding a sequel to Rubbernecker would be very difficult, but you would know the right story when it came along. And I guess, so part of this is, there is a character here who has appeared before, and when you discovered that Guillemot eggs were interesting, and it is a fabulous story and one that I certainly hadn't known. Did you say, and yes, this is clearly a way to match up with this other?
Yeah.
How did that pairing of two very different aspects happen?
Well, I mean, I literally had, every time I had an idea for a book and started writing, I was like, can I bring Patrick back? Because Rubbernecker was a breakthrough book for me in one way, and people are always asking me, when are you going to write another book with Patrick in it? But the state in which I left him at the end of Rubbernecker, quite deliberately, meant that it was very difficult to include him in another book organically. I didn't want to crowbar him in somewhere, you know. But the minute I had the idea for this, the minute I heard it, I knew this was something that Patrick could be involved in. So although it's not a sequel to Rubbernecker, you know, like all my books, I don't really have sequels or series, but all of them include overlapping characters who may have appeared in other books, and it's a little world-building exercise, and I was really chuffed to be able to use him again.
And I guess one of the questions with that is, I mean, the historical setting is slightly different, and the geographical setting is slightly different from other work you've done. And was there sort of a research process in that, or did you sort of get the kernels of it and say, okay, now it's my story? Or did you feel sort of a fidelity to what you knew about the real places, the real events?
No, because it's based on a real story, I really felt an obligation to, you know, go to Yorkshire and spend time there and speak to local historians and local people about the history of the place, and read contemporaneous accounts of egg collecting on the cliffs and stuff like that. So, of course, the the characters involved are fictionalized. Even the broker at the top of the cliffs who bought the eggs every year, I've given him a different name because his character is different from the actual person who did that. But the basics of the egg collection are all true. I've slightly compressed the time frame so I could fit it between the wars, but that's the only difference, the only change I made, really.
And James, there's a note at the start of Tommy the Bruce, which I assume is in your voice, saying that this is from your looking at Perthshire hotels and imagining what went on in them. But I'm just wondering, the setting seems so specific to Perthshire, and which is not where you are based. And I'm wondering, was this a story that had to be set where it is, or was it I was thinking of the original title that I saw a listing of the High and Lonesome Blues, which gives us a very different sort of geographical overtone. Certainly for me, I think of the American West. And once I read that title, I started thinking of the way this is also a Western in certain respects. So I guess, how did you think about that relation between the specificity of the place and these larger themes, these larger story arcs?
So, a few things to take there. The original book was called The High and Lonesome Blues of Tommy the Bruce, because I've always liked titles like that. But my editor said he didn't like titles like that. So it became Tommy the Bruce, which is a lot sharper than The High and Lonesome Blues of Tommy the Bruce. The first record of mine, that was the first demo of mine that John Peel played, that changed my life, really. Completely changed my life when he played it, was called Moving Up Country, Roaring the Gospel. So I'm totally into long titles, you know. But anyway, he wanted Tommy the Bruce, so that's that bit out of the way. Tommy the Bruce didn't come out because it got involved with a slight bidding war between one film company and one television company. So that's why we thought, let's not sell it. So, but now we've sold it, so here we go. And then this bit in the middle, bit that you're talking about, it says, and this answers your question in a way, so I'm not just rambling. It says, when I was a child, my father used to drive me around rural Scotland, stopping off at these grand Victorian hotels that would occasionally rise out of the landscape. The thought of what happened in these places, in and out of season, always fascinated me. This is one such imagining. So that's kind of it. But it's not just about the places I used to go with my dad. It's, as a touring musician, nowadays, most of the time we stay in places you can rely on and trust, for example. You know, the Travelodge, Premier Inn, all that sort of stuff, you know. It's going to be clean, mostly. Premier Inn's always quiet. You know, you get there at 1 a.m., you know what to expect, and you leave at 8 a.m. or whatever, you know. But in the old days, when I was looking for adventure, we would save maybe 20 or 30 quid and drive 20 or 30 miles, and you'd end up in these crazy places. Not crazy, but these interesting, unusual places. And there would always be the local heroes. There'd always be the local comedian at the bar, the hard man, you know, the drunk behind the bar. I remember once we were at one and there was a baby was sitting on the bar, like on the bar. And we bought a couple of pints and then we took them back because they were foul, and all hell broke loose. And we ended up, the guy kept on saying over and over, this might be hell for you, but it's real life for me, and all this sort of stuff. And we only got out without fisticuffs by the lady said, how was it you do? And I said, well, I'm a singer. And she said, I don't fucking believe you. And I sang a long ballad. And by the end, I'm completely rambling. Sorry. Sorry, it's not in Fife. The reason it's not in Fife is because, as I said earlier, the folk song thing, which I'm still not bitter about, but obviously I'm bitter about, I didn't want to be known as a guy who only writes in Fife. Mm-hmm. So my first book, which was called Three Crows, was set in Fife. So that answer, must be the second book then. So I moved it to Perthshire, just so it wasn't in 5. Ta-da!
So if Book of the Gales is Ireland, does that mean you're just going further west and the next one is going to have to be in Newfoundland or something like this?
Ireland is where I spent most of my childhood, West Cork. Spent most of my summers there, not most of my childhood summers there, from the age of nothing until I signed a record deal, age 30. So Ireland is a place I'm hugely fond of and know very well. So that's why the Book of the Gales was set there. So I don't know where the next one will be. Maybe it'll be in this room.
Hopefully not with too many shotguns at the end. And Belinda, going back to the pitch of the victim as a bird, and I will say I found that whole story very moving, and I'm wondering, this is a very leading question in a way, but is there a way in which you envisioned this book as about environmental crises and sort of relationships with nature, or was this simply a way to change the focus of what was happening from previous work and give yourself a new kind of story to tell?
No, actually, I hoped that people would be moved by the story of the bird, because I was. I heard the end of an interview with somebody on Radio 4. I turned the car radio on, and he was talking about this egg and this bird, and I was so overcome I had to pull off to the side of the road. I couldn't continue, and I had to start making notes and have a little cry. So I hoped that people would be moved, and so far people do appear to be moved, which is lovely. And I hoped that it might embody some kind of environmental clarion call in the wilderness, and that people, if they were moved by one single bird's plight 100 years ago, how much more important it is that our environment is paid attention to and cared for now.
I mean, I absolutely, certainly for me, that was part of my response. And I think one of the things that in some ways is an obvious thing to say about crime novels, because all novels are crime novels, but I think one of the things that to me really tied the books together was this focus on outsiders and people who are not taken seriously because of age, because of weight, because of class most of all. And I guess one of my questions is, when you're framing these narratives in your head, do you think of them as essentially having a political function, having a social function in the world, that you're looking for people to react in particular ways, or is it in some ways using these characters to tell a particular kind of story? I guess it is a question of how you envision these characters.
Well, I can only speak for Tommy. I chose him. It's a funny thing being a musician. I'm sure it's the same with every career that people are totally into. And that as you get older, as soon as you meet somebody who's a musician, actually the lady in the bar thought I said a magician at first. She's a fucking magic. You know that you've shared this thing with them, this kind of weird thing that keeps you going through life. So 9 times out of 10, when I meet people around the world, my sort of age now, if they're musicians, we have this instant connection. In my 20s, I was not a working musician. I mean, I was doing my best, but I was a bookseller, I was a pot cleaner, I was a, odd job guy, And I have a lot of friends who I love dearly from that time, and they have some of them, they've all found their place, but none of them are places that they would have chosen as a young teenager. I've always wanted to be a musician. That's what I've always wanted to do. Books, I absolutely love. They're in my heart now, and I'm going to carry on, But music was the thing. But I know so many of my friends who never found that. They never found where they were, and they ended up, like Tommy the Bruce, working in a hotel without any real thought of how the freak did they get into a hotel. And that's who I wanted Tommy to be. I wanted him to have that kind of feeling of, Ollie's here and he's doing his best. And I love these guys. They're like my best friends. I love hanging around with them. We have the most fun. But they're also, it just meant that when Fiona came into the book, there was a real magnetism from there. Because here was something or someone that he absolutely wanted and needed in his life. And I think that was important to make that clear and real, you know, because maybe we've all been that way if I can be so crude, when we've been looking for a lumber, you know, or whatever. Or a partner, a life partner, perhaps. Grinder or Bimble.
Yeah, I think in my case, because it was a true story that I was basing the book on, there were certain characters, there were certain things I needed to happen. I suppose it's the same in any book, really. There are certain things you want to happen in the book in a plot sense, and you have to create characters who will perform those functions for you. But the skill is really in creating the characters so they feel organic. They don't feel like they're just there to do this thing that you need them to do, and that they feel believable, you know, well-rounded, and you create them with compassion so that everybody counts. That's what I always like in my books, is that everybody counts.
And I think that strain of compassion really was my takeaway from both novels, is that
I agree.
I wanted to linger with these characters and not read a sequel in a plot sense, but in a getting to spend more time with them. And on the note of more time, we are hurtling through the hour, and I don't know if people have questions immediately, but it would be great to open this conversation up to what you may have to ask either Belinda or James. And there are lights, and I can see you. Does anyone have questions right off the bat? Yes, there are questions right off the bat.
No, they're just waving at me.
Well, you have to ask a question now.
Come on, you three. Come on, if you don't ask us questions, we're going to pick on you and ask you questions. Hello, there you are.
One right at the front.
That's how much I hate being asked questions. I was wondering about plotting, like whether you sit down, each of you, like if you would sit down and plot the whole novel, or is it more organic than that?
Personally, I always know the last line of the book. I always know what that's...
The end.
I know. I know. I always have two arcs. One is plot and one is emotion. And I always end on the emotional arc, not the plot arc. To me, the plot arc is so secondary to the emotional arc. And I take a leaf out of the book of screenwriter William Goldman, who wrote All the President's Men and The Princess Bride, and he wrote a fabulous book called Adventures in the Screen Trade. And in that book he said, as far as movies go, if you give an audience 6 great moments, they forgive you everything else. And I always try to incorporate that into my books, so they're like stepping stones for the book. So I know what the big story is, I know what the end is going to be, I just have to get there, and I try to make sure there are 6 great moments. And that doesn't mean exploding cars. Do you know what I mean? It just means like it could just be a moment where somebody looks at somebody else and you understand exactly what's going on between them, or something like that. I try to make sure that I have 6 great moments, little stepping stones through the book. And it's a trick, but it works for me. It keeps me focused on getting to the last line of the book.
I think if there's any writers here, you should listen to Belinda. Years ago, I went to see Dr. Feelgood. Do you remember Dr. Feelgood?
Yeah.
In Edinburgh. And there was a guy, like, they were amazing, and I thought, these are like, I know they're not like in the punk rock genre, but I thought this is the best punk gig I've ever been at. And at the end, there was one sort of really big, wide guy, and he was obviously with them, and he'd been drinking loads, and he spread his arms out and faced away from the crowd and just kind of charged backwards into the crowd so Dr. Feelgood could leave the stage and go to the dressing room. And that's kind of what I feel like I'm doing with my books. There's no fucking plan at all. And I'm sorry for the swearing, by the way.
Too late.
It used to be worse. It used to be worse. And that's kind of what I feel with everything that I write, and musically, and with the books. And it goes back to what you asked earlier about calling yourself a crime writer. I just think all that stuff gets in the way. For me, it gets in the way. But then you have to edit. So if I were you, and well, I'm not, because I don't do it, but yeah, I would listen to Belinda and plot it out. You know, that's what I would do. Except I don't. So I don't know.
But it's a kind of a juggling act. You're plotting it out, so you've got a basic idea of where you want to go. But at the same time, you have to allow yourself room to breathe within that context. So you have to be able to go somewhere completely unexpected, which you always do several times in a book.
I mean, I had a basic plot.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I had a middle and an end.
Yeah.
You know,
it's all you need.
Yeah.
I mean, especially the middle. If you've
The
got a
six
middle,
things.
you're doing well.
The six things is like albums. You know, they're like the singles. You know, if you've got those great bits, then you can have the sort of really interesting bits for your fans.
Exactly.
Fans.
Yeah,
in the middle.
Your fans enjoy those bits in the middle
yeah.
anyway, even though something amazing is
And then
not
you have your
happening.
exploding cars.
And then you have your exploding cars.
That you're famous for.
Exactly.
And,
I put one in every book.
And then his car exploded.
At the end of every chapter, the car explodes.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's a combination. But really, if you're starting, I mean, this is all stuff that I didn't do when I started out. This is all stuff I've just kind of learned works over many books and lots of tears.
It must save you time, though. It must save you so much time.
It does save you time, but knowing your last line, I always think is so critical, because at the end of a book, I want people to feel a certain way, and I want. No, are you crazy?
No, I don't want to be that. I promise you.
No, but I don't want you to even look at it.
Really?
Yes, because you've got to read the book.
Of course, because I'm going to read the book. Sorry.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, so.
And then the car exploded.
Damn! Spoiler alert. But yeah, you've got to try and work towards something which you have to understand what the reader wants, and you have to give the reader what they want. That's not I know, make no excuses. You have to give the reader what they want, but you don't have to give it to them in the way that they think you're going to. I like to give the reader what they want, but in a way that they weren't expecting. Because if you don't give them what they want, they won't buy the next book.
Yeah, I don't know, it's a funny thing. I've been very lucky with my music. Like most of you won't have heard of me, you'll be wondering, who's this guy talking about music? Somehow I make a living out of my music. Like in 2023, like just the last record, we did 60 shows in 15 countries around Europe. And in the past, I've like toured America and Canada and India and all that sort of stuff. So in all these places, I have this tiny, tiny cult audience, you know, and it's just enough and it ticks over and I make a living. So I don't have to worry about if they're going to buy the books. Because, so it's just different. But that means I've got the freedom to do whatever I like, because I've built up 20-something years of trust. So I don't want the books to be cack, because that'd be awful. But at the same time, I don't feel I have to write. The next one won't be, I don't know, Bobby the Ball or something. you know what I mean? I feel that I'm very lucky that I've got that thing where I can just do what I like and touch wood. I mean, it's so much easier if you just do exactly what you want. It's so much easier. And if you can get to that place where the audience are thinking, all right, let's see what James is doing now, then they accept it and I accept it, and then I'm on stage and we're chatting like this, and everyone knows it's true, and everyone knows that there's no lie, and I'm not like pretending to be the dark Gothic guy. I'm just me being an idiot, you know. And yeah, so anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go for it. Whatever's next.
Next question,
We
please.
do have time for one quick question, if anyone has been looking to get a question in.
Question for James.
Hi.
Where would how many books have you?
There's 4 books. There's the Book of the Gales, which is the one set in Ireland. There's 3 Crows, which is set in Fife, in St Andrews, in fact. And there's the Touring Diaries of a Scottish Gent, which is set all over the, over the West. So you're in Sweden, Europe, and America and Canada.
Anywhere you'd recommend picking up, diving in?
I think Book of the Gales is the one that I absolutely love. Book of the Gales. That's the one before this. It's the one set in Ireland, and it's just as crimey as this one. But I mentioned earlier my father died, and there's a lot of my father in that book, and it's yeah. So I mean, start with us, but Book of the Gales is I don't know. This has had probably better reviews than Book of the Gales, but I guess it's I don't know what music you like, but maybe your favorite band or act, maybe they had a big hit, but you prefer one of their other ones, maybe. So I'm kind of in the Book of the Gales, but I mean, I don't want to put this guy down.
It's a safe bet, trust me.
Yeah, it is.
It's a safe bet.
And on the note of buying books, which I heartily recommend you buy both of these books and all the other ones that are there. Waterstones is very lovely over there, and they have books for sale. And the authors will be signing over here.
They have Book of the Gales there.
So we are at the end of our hour. Thank you to APA for putting all of this together and Waterstones for being here, but mostly can we thank Belinda and James for a really entertaining and great hour.
Thank you.